members and to everyone listening in. For the record, it's just myself and the chambers today, but staff from the Speaker's Office, staff from Office of Legislative Services here in the chambers as well. With that, colleagues, this is, we're here in Window Rock, Arizona, Navajo Nation. With that, I do have my colleagues, members of Naabik'íyáti committee throughout the Navajo Nation calling in. Today's date is Thursday, August 12th, 2021. Time now is 10:12 a.m. That we do have a proposed agenda before us. Presiding is myself, Seth Damon, Speaker of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. We did call the meeting to order. Let's go ahead and get a roll call, and then we can go ahead and go on from there. Ms. Tota.
Good morning, honorable committee members. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not answer roll call. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. did not answer roll call. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay is present.
Honorable Paul Begay answered roll call. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown is present.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown answered roll call. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton did not answer roll call. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty.
Yep,
I was on
Delegate Amber Canespa Crotty is present. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty answered roll call.
Bobby, I was on mute. I'm present. This is Delegate Charles Newton.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton answered roll call. Honorable Speaker Seth Damon.
Present.
Honorable Speaker Seth Damon is present. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. did not answer roll call. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland did not answer roll call. Honorable Pernell Halona is excused. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie.
Delegate Henio present.
Honorable Jamie Henyo answered roll call. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not answer roll call. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez is present. Thank you.
Honorable Rick Nez answered roll call. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, present.
Honorable Carl Slater answered roll call. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Present.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. is excused. Honorable Charlene So.
Yes, open. Delegate So is present.
Honorable Charlene So answered roll call. Honorable Daniel So.
I'm present. Thank you.
Honorable Daniel So is present. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So answered roll call. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not answer roll call. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. is excused. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edison Wanika is present. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Here.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie answered roll call. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Good morning, I'm present.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair answered roll call. Going back up, Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay did not answer roll call. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Calum Gay Jr. is present. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Good morning, I'm here.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland did not answer roll call. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not answer roll call. Honorable Otto So.
Loud and
Honorable-
clear from Tuba City, Arizona.
Honorable Otto So answered roll call. Speaker, you have 18 members present, including yourself.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Tota. With that, colleagues, we do have 18 members present for a quorum this morning. Let's go ahead and continue on to get an invocation and get the day started. Vice Chair Smith, you mind doing the invocation this morning?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Speaker. Good morning, committee members of Naabik'íyáti Committee and those that are listening in. Gracious Heavenly Father, come to you this morning, most importantly, thanking you for the rain and the weather that you've been providing for us, even though the roads have been the results of the rain, but the blessing is that water is life. And we thank you for the rains that has been blessed by you, Father. We've been praying for it. And now we have our ponds, our windmills, our springs, arroyas, and water that's plentiful thus far, Father. We thank you for that. I just pray upon our leadership, starting with the three-branch government, executive, judicial, and legislative, that we all work together and move things for our people. Father, we come to you humbly, asking that we apply that ARPA money for the folks, our people that need services, need things that we've been lacking. Now that we have the funding, may we coordinate that quickly and efficiently and get contractors and get things squared away, amend laws if we have to, so that 164 review can go quickly and that these services will be provided, such as water, housing, electricity, telecommunications, public safety, fire safety, emergency management, healthcare, social services, senior citizens, their place where they eat, all these things, Father, even our kids, school, bus routes, roads. Father, make that happen for us. Give us the wisdom to do that. Give us the wisdom to move forward on that. It's imperative that we utilize this funding that's been given to us, 1.8 billion, and work together to coordinate that. I know our folks are out there listening and wondering when we'll be able to get these services to them. Sometimes it takes a long time. Sometimes it takes years to get things going. But through you and your leadership and your guidance and helping us to coordinate this through the 3-branch government is possible, and outsource and network and working with the state, county, and federal level leaders at the federal level, the leaders at the state level, the leaders at the county level. It all takes coordinated effort. And we come to you humbly for that. Bless us each and individually, our families. We have suffered COVID-19. We have lost loved ones. We have loved ones that have recovered. We pray for them. We pray for the recovery. We pray for their suffering through this pandemic. We have another variant coming through, Delta. We don't know exactly what the outcome of it is, but pray that you put a protection over us. Shield each and every one of us from that virus, Father. We don't see it. We don't know where it's at. We don't know when it's around. But we do want to take precautionary measures by social distance, masking, washing our hands, and getting vaccinated. Lord, we just turn to you to ask you for that protection. And we pray for those that are missing, those that have gone missing throughout the years, Father, and even this year. Families are looking for loved ones. Open those doors so that we can find and come to closure. I know we've had many folks experience missing persons. You hear it daily, and it hurts the families. We ask for the comfort, the Holy Spirit to comfort those that are experiencing this, and help us to be vigilant, help us to work together and coordinate and find our loved ones that are out there missing. Pray for our law enforcement, our first responders, and those that are out there providing services on COVID-19 and Delta, and the hospitals. I heard states are also getting filled up with patients, and Lord, we just pray for their welfare and their safety. We pray for our families and our loved ones and our relatives too, and those that we associate to. We even pray for our enemies too, that protection, guidance, may they overcome whatever they encounter, whatever we encounter as a nation. And thank you for tomorrow being a holiday. Naabik'íyáti talkers. We only have a handful. We pray for the descendants, the family members. We thank you, Lord, for our language being used overseas. The code was never broken. It was a weapon. Father, we come to you humbly and respectfully, saying the Shehach Dian Honda, Nachit Hizat, Nachit Tonanda, Hidan, Eskijij, even Nachia, Bede Niska, Ado, the more Yaja, AIC, one that. Ko das kandon da nishta da initione ke beided me that he lesh the and God konda. Thank you for all our veterans too, who have served from World War I, World War II, Korean, Vietnam, and all the conflicts that we have experienced, Desert Storm, Iraq, Afghanistan, to name a few, and even those peacetime veterans too. We pray for their safety, their welfare, their services, their needs. Let's not forget our elders too, our children. Pray for them. Some are without electricity, some are without water, some are without homes, some are without adequate roads, Father. Sa Nadeya Nahadi Lichidia Nakodishya Naabik'íyáti Yananishko Agenda Dolsosto Nacheya Nasikato Yananish Tation Taz Aquiche Ne Yedne You know all things, Father, and you have all the power to do things. We'll just turn to you humbly and put that prayer upon you through your Son Jesus, who's our Savior. No man should come to the Father but through Jesus, who's our Savior. John chapter 14, verse 6. He's the way, the truth, and the life. We pray this through His Son, Jesus' precious name. Amen.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair Smith, for the wonderful invocations. Thank you. Thank you very much for leading the prayer, not only for the meeting here today, but for the whole entire nation moving forward. Good morning, Honorable Elmer Brigade. Thank you. That, colleagues, let's go ahead and go down. Item number 2 on our agenda, proposed agenda. We do have recognizing guests and visiting officials. Any recognitions this morning, colleagues?
Speaker, I have a recognition.
Yes, Honorable Elmer Brigade, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Good morning, Speaker. Good morning, Speaker Sherway. Hello, the members of the Naabik'íyáti committee too. So, good morning. Other people that are on the line. I'd just like to recognize. I know that throughout the past month, we've been receiving a lot of rain, and we're thankful for that. But at the same time, we know that there's some people that are out there, and I believe that today, I'd like to recognize all our electrical linemen. They've been out there day and night. Whenever there's maybe there's a outage, electrical outage. So they've been out there, that even though it's raining, they have to go back out there and put the service on for the people. So I'd like to recognize all the linemen with NTA and maybe with Helix and then with other electrical companies. So I'd just like to recognize them this morning, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Elmer Brigade, for that recognition. That, colleagues, any other recognitions?
Speaker, good morning. Freeland's on the line, or on the call for the record. Thank you.
Morning, Honorable Freeland. There are none. Let's go ahead and continue on. So item number 3, review and adopt the agenda. Mr. Rico, could you read the agenda into the record?
Thank you, Speaker, members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee. Naabik'íyáti Committee of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, regular meeting via telecommunication, Window Navajo Nation, Thursday, August 12, 2021, proposed agenda. Presiding Chair, Honorable Seth Damon, Speaker, 24th Navajo Nation Council. 1, call meeting to order, roll call invocation. 2, recognize guests and visiting officials, 2-minute limit per delegate. 3, review and adopt the agenda. 4, review and adopt the journals. 1 journal, July 15, 2021. 5, receive reports. There are no reports. 6, old business. Old business A, legislation 0221-20. 7, new business. New business A, legislation 0156-21, B, legislation 0157-21, C, legislation 0116-21, D, legislation 0117-21, E, legislation 0118-21, F, legislation 0119-21, G, legislation 0121-21, H, legislation 0122-21, I, legislation 0123-21, J, legislation 0126-21, K, legislation 107-21, L, legislation 10113-21, M, legislation 0105-21, N, legislation 0159-21, 8, close of adjournment. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rico. With that, colleagues, can I get a motion? Okay,
Second by
is there a
Charles
second?
Newton.
I'm sure
Yola
Charles.
here.
Colleagues, any comments, questions on our agenda to this morning?
Good morning, Chair Hino.
Good morning, Chairman. On the agenda, Chairman, the floor is yours.
Again, lots of the Speaker Damon. Adjournment 24th Nomination Council Naabik'íyáti Committee. This is an amendment to the agenda to remove 105-21 off the agenda for today. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Action legislation 0105-21's action related to resource and development, budget and finance, and Naabik'íyáti committee, and to the Navajo Nation Council approving $529,850 in CSN funds to the Commission of Navajo Government Development for the Hogan and Leadership Building, approving the Hogan and Leadership Building expenditure plan pursuant to 12 NNC subsection 205 to 2501 to 2508, sponsored by Chairman Hino. That motion to take Amendment 1 off the motion by Chairman Hino for Amendment 1 to delete or 105-21 off today's agenda. Is there a second?
Daniel, I'll go ahead and second.
Edison Wanika. That college, any other comments on Amendment 1?
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Newton.
Madam Chair, Charles Newton on Amendment 1.
Yes, Speaker, I would like to ask the amending party at this time, Chairman Hanyo, if we could also include on that legislation 0119-21 to have it removed from today's Naabik'íyáti meeting. Thank you.
119. Okay, with that, there's a request to modify Chairman Hino to add legislation which is on our agenda known as F 0119-21 is an action related to the Naabik'íyáti Committee supporting United States Senator Ben Ray Lujan's priorities and initiatives that impact the Navajo Nation, sponsored by Madam Chair Charles Newton. Chairman Hino, motion to modify. Request to modify.
Yes.
Okay. It's good to go too as well. With that, colleagues, any other comments, questions on amendment number 1? Twice. And 3 times. Second reading, Mr. Rico. Before we go to the board.
Thank you, Speaker. You have one amendment number 1 is delete legislation 0105-21 and 0119-21 from the agenda. Mr. Speaker.
Okay, let's go to the board. Amendment 1.
Honorable Almer Begay.
How about green?
Honorable Almer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canas Bakrati.
Shadit, Delegate Amber Canas-Bakrati, and I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canas Bakrati votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona is excused. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Delegate Henyo votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater votes green via text. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. is excused. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Vote is not here.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So.
Vote is A. Thank you.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. is excused. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Speaker, you have 19 in favor, 0 opposed, and chair not voting.
Thank you very much. That 19 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting on amendment number 1. Carries. Go ahead and go back to the board. On our main motion, which is review and adopt the agenda, we go on down. Madam Chair, Amber Crotty, floor is yours.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. Colleagues, I'd like to make a motion for consent agenda. Speaker, if I'm in order, the legislations to add onto the consent agenda committee members is legislation new business C, legislation 0116-21, legislation new business D, legislation 0117-21. I'll read it into the record, Speaker. So 116-21 is an action relating to Naabik'íyáti committee rescinding NABIO 4820, establishing the Naabik'íyáti Committee. Oh, now I regret trying to read it. I apologize. I don't read in Navajo. Task Force. And then, so new business, letter D, legislation 0117-21, an action relating to Naabik'íyáti Committee confirming the appointment of Ms. Tammy Yazzie to serve on the Navajo Housing Authority Board of Commissioners as tenant and homebuyer representative for a term of 4 years. New business, letter E, legislation 118-21, an action relating to Naabik'íyáti Committee requesting the United States Senate, the U.S. Department of Interior, Bureau of Indian Affairs, and the U.S. Congress to immediately direct and fund the BIA to remove and clean up dilapidated and abandoned BIA-owned buildings and infrastructure to the former Shiprock Administrative Reserve property in preparation for future community economic development. New business, letter F. Oh, I'm sorry, that was removed from the record. Letter G, legislation 0121-21, an action relating to health, education, human service, and the Naabik'íyáti Committee supporting United States Senate Bill S 4715, titled to grant a federal charter to the National American Indian Veterans Incorporated. New business, letter H, legislation 0122-21, an action related to Naabik'íyáti requesting the President of the United States, Joseph Biden, to appoint commissioner to oversee the Office of Navajo and Hopi Indian Relocation. And new business, letter I, legislation 0123-21, an action relating to Naabik'íyáti Committee and the Navajo Nation Council, confirming the appointment of Mr. Anselm Morgan to the Commission of Navajo Government Development for a term of 4 years as the Eastern Navajo Agency Council representative. New business, letter J, legislation 0126-21, an action relating to Naabik'íyáti Committee and the Navajo Nation Council, confirming the Navajo Nation presidential appointment of Mr. Zane James to the Commission of Navajo Government Development to serve a term of 4 years. And new business, letter K, legislation 0107-21, an action related to health, education, and human services resources and development and Naabik'íyáti committees and the Navajo Nation Council, reaffirming the request of the governor of New Mexico to activate the Nahatani Development Corporation, Molina Healthcare, Indian Managed Care entity to increase the medical resources available to the Navajo people during COVID-19 state of emergency. Thank you, Chairman. That would be my motion, if I'm in order.
Speaker, this is Delegate Brown. I'll go ahead and second the consent agenda items. Thank you.
Hey, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm party with that. So amendment number 2 for consent agenda on legislations. On that, again, colleagues, it would be everything on the agenda from C all the way down to K minus F, which was deleted in the previous amendment 1 off the agenda. So that is, again, legislation 0116-21, 0117-21, 0118-21, 0121-21, 0122-21, 0123-21, 0126-21, and 0107-21. By Madam Chair Amber Crotty, second by Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Colleagues, any comments, questions on amendment number 2?
Mr. Chair, this is
Yes, Honorable Daniels.
Yes, thank you very much for that, Mr. Chair.
Aaron, the Koto to the motioning parties, Shema, Delegate Crowley, Aaron, the Koto, Delegate Brown, Koto, thank you for your motion on the consent agenda. On 0116-21, I believe we have an amendment that we're going to make. So I'm going to request the motion parties to take that off the consent agenda. Mr. Chair, thank you.
Okay, with that, legislation 0116-21 is taken off of amendment number 2's request for a consent agenda. That, colleagues, any other comments, questions?
Chair Henio?
Chairman, what's yours on amendment number 2?
Thank you, to the Chairman of Naabik'íyáti Committee and 24th Nomination Council. Naabik'íyáti Committee, just I think we need to vet the 2 appointments for commission a little better, so maybe they need to address Naabik'íyáti. So asking for those 2 legislations to be taken off the consent agenda: the appointment of Angela Morgan and the appointment of Zane James. Thank you.
Okay, with that, legislation 0123 and 0126 is taken off the consent agenda. That, colleagues, standing now, we do have a consent agenda for amendment number 2, which includes legislation 0117-21, 0118-21, 0121-21, 0122-21, and 0107-21. Colleagues, if this is approved, this consent agenda is item A under new business. So we go immediately to this after under new business. That, colleagues, any other comments, questions?
Speaker. Delegate Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Freeland. What's yours? On amendment number 2.
Good morning, colleagues on the Naabik'íyáti Committee and everyone on the call. Did I just hear that 0123 was removed? Just
yes.
For clarification, Speaker. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay. It was removed off the consent agenda request.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay. Any other comments, questions, colleagues?
Speaker, this is Edmund.
Yes, Chairman. Good morning.
Good morning, Speaker, and good morning to my colleagues and everyone that's listening. In reference to 0123-21, is it possible we can get all the documents regarding this commission with all the issues that are going on? Could that all be emailed to us, sir? I understand there's a lawsuit that's pending and there's so many issues and problems that are happening from what I understand. Speaker, sir. It's not regarding to Mr. Morgan. It's regarding to the whole commission itself and the director as well, sir.
Chairman, we'll go look. I don't know about a pending lawsuit. We'll ask Department of Justice or Office of Legislative Counsel for that information, Chairman.
Okay, thank you.
All right, that, colleagues, any other comments, questions on amendment number 2? If there are none, going twice. That going 3 times. Second reading. Then go to the board on the vote.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Amendment number 2 is to add a consent agenda to include legislations 0117-21, 0118-21, 0121-21, 0122-21, and 0107-21. If approved, this consent agenda will be new item A under new business, and the rest of the legislations currently on the agenda will be fix chronologically. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. That, colleagues, go to board.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. did not vote.
Key Allen
Honorable-
Begay Jr. votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton
I
did
vote
not
green.
vote.
I vote green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty.
Delegate Amber Canes Bacardi, and I vote green. Thank you, Shadow.
Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona is excused. Honorable Jamie Hino.
Hino votes green.
Honorable Jamie Hino votes green. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. is excused. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. is excused. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Elmer Begay.
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Speaker, you have 19 in favor, 0 opposed, and chair not voting.
Thank you very much. With that, colleagues, 19 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting on amendment number 2. That, any other comments, questions on the main motion of our agenda, colleagues? If there are none, let's go ahead and go to the board, or actually second reading with 2 amendments. Then we'll go to the board.
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, you have amendment number 1, which was to delete 0105-21 and 0119-21. Amendment number 2 was to adopt a consent agenda to include legislation 0117-21, 0118-21, 0121-21, 0122-21, and 0107-21. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. That, colleagues, let's go to board. Vote.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
Vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Caleb Gay Jr. votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty.
Delegate
Honorable-
Amber Canes-Barcati votes green. Thank you, Sheriff.
Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona is excused. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henry votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. is excused. Honorable Charlene So.
Green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Odo So.
I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. is excused. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Speaker, you have 19 in favor, 0 opposed, and chair not voting.
Thank you very much. That, colleagues, 19 in favor, 0 opposed. We do have a agenda here before us. That, colleagues, let's go ahead and continue on down. Item number 4 on our agenda, review and adopt the journals. As you can see on the agenda, there is one journal to be accepted, and that was the journal that was taken on July 15th, 2021 at the Naabik'íyáti committee, and that was sent out. On August 3rd at 2:50 in the afternoon. What is the wish of the committee? Motion to accept the report by Honorable Edison Winika. Is there a second?
Second by
Second by Chairman Daniel So. That, colleagues, any comments, questions on the journal dated July 15, 2021? If there's none, let's go to the board. Vote accepting the journal for July 15, 2021.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Caleb Jr. votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty.
Shadow Delegate Amber Canesba Crotty, and I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona is excused. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Green votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. is excused. Honorable Charlene So.
Green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
What is here?
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. is excused. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Edmund Yazi votes green via text. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Speaker, you have 18 in favor, 0 opposed, and chair not voting.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, 18 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting, motion carries on our journal, or accepting the journal today. Let's go ahead and continue on down. Item number 5, receive reports. There are none. Let me go ahead and go on down to item number 6, old business legislation 0221-20, sponsored by myself. And there's no co-sponsor. With that, I'd like to see if recognize at this time a committee member to chair the meeting. Yeah. Okay. Actually, Chairman Daniel So is here in the chambers, and he's going to sign on as a co-sponsor. So, okay. With that, Chairman Daniel So is going to be co-sponsor legislation 0221-20. We're going to send that out. So with that, colleagues, on legislation 0221-20, it's an action related to the Naabik'íyáti Committee amending the plan of operation for Office of Ms. Nabo. Let me go ahead and go over to Mr. Rico, and then we'll go ahead and after he makes the rundown on the legislation and then the further recommendation, and then we'll go ahead and go to that action. Mr. Rico.
Thank you, Speaker, members of the 24 Nomination Council, Naabik'íyáti Committee. Tracking number 0221-20, in action relating to Naabik'íyáti, amending the plan of operation for the Office of Miss Navajo Nation, sponsored by Honorable Speaker Seth Damon and co-sponsored by Honorable Chairman Daniel E. So. There is currently a motion held by Honorable Chairwoman Eugenia Charles Newton and a second by Honorable Nathaniel Brown. On December 17, 2020, there was a motion to refer legislation 0221-20 to the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee for further discussion with all entities, including the Office of the Speaker. That motion was made by Honorable Chairman Otto So, second by Honorable Chairwoman Eugenia Charles Newton, with a vote of 22 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair Pro Tem Chairman Daniel E. So not voting. There was also a directive motion that was issued to have the Office of Miss Navajo Nation work collaboratively with the former Miss Navajos and the Miss Navajo Council Incorporated for possible recommendations to legislation 0221-20. That was motion by Honorable Chairwoman Eugenia Charles Newton, second by Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, with a vote of 23 in favor, 0 opposed. Chairman Damon not voting. On March 4th, 2021, the Health, Education, and Human Services received recommendation from the Office of Legislative Council and referred legislation 0221-20 back to the Naabik'íyáti Committee. Those recommendations were emailed out to the council. And let me see. It was a memorandum that was dated May 21st, 2021 from Chairman Daniel E. So to Honorable Speaker Damon and members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee. Mr. Speaker.
Okay, with that, colleagues, can I get a motion to further consider legislation 0221-20? Can you hear me? Going once? Going twice? Only 3 times. That. On legislation 0221-20 is not a motion to reconsider. Moving on down. Item number 7, new business. Legislation 0156-21. Actually, we're on the consent agenda, yes. With that, Mr. Rico, let me go ahead and turn the floor over to you on new business. You read into the record the consent agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee. The consent agenda, legislation 0117-2, tracking number 0117-21, in action relating to Naabik'íyáti Committee, confirming the appointment of Ms. Naabik'íyáti to serve on the Navajo Housing Authority Board of Commissioners as a tenant and homebuyer representative for a term of 4 years, sponsored by Honorable Chairman Ricky Nez, co-sponsored by Honorable Speaker Seth Damon. This legislation is final authority at Naabik'íyáti Committee. Per Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order, Rule 9, legislation has been read into record by electronic voice recording. Tracking number 0118-21, in action relating to the Naabik'íyáti Committee, requesting the United States, U.S. Senate, and U.S. Department of Interior, Bureau of Indian Affairs, BIA, and U.S. Congress to immediately direct and fund the BIA to remove and clean up dilapidated and abandoned BIA-owned buildings and infrastructure on the former Shiprock Administrative Reserve property in preparation of future community economic development. Sponsored by Honorable Chairwoman Eugenia Charles Newton. This legislation is final authority here at Naabik'íyáti Committee. Per Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order, Rule 9, legislation has been read into the Per Navajo Nation Council Standing Committee Rules of Order, Rule 9, legislation has been read into record by electronic voice recording. Legislation tracking number 0121-21, in action relating to health, education, and human services and Naabik'íyáti Committee supporting United States Senate Bill S-4715 title to grant a federal charter to the National American Indian Veterans Incorporated, INC, sponsored by Honorable Eugene So. Legislation is final authority here at Naabik'íyáti Committee. Per Navajo Nation Council Standing Committee Rules of Order, Rule 9, legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. Legislation 0122-21, in action relating to Naabik'íyáti Committee, requesting the President of the United States, Joseph Biden, to appoint a commissioner to oversee the Office of Navajo and Hopi Indian Relocation, sponsored by Honorable Vice Chair Raymond Smith Jr., co-sponsored by Honorable Chairman Otto So. This legislation is final authority here at Naabik'íyáti Committee. Per Navajo Nation Council Standing Committee Rules of Order, Rule 9, legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. Tracking number 0107-21, in action relating to health, education, and human services, resource and development, and Naabik'íyáti Committees and Navajo Nation Council, reaffirming the request to the Governor of New Mexico to activate the Natani Development Corporation, Molina Healthcare Incorporated Indian Managed Care Entity to increase the medical resources available to the Navajo people during the COVID-19 state of emergency, sponsored by Honorable Chairman Daniel E. So and co-sponsored by Honorable Mark A. Freeland. This legislation will move on to the Navajo Nation Council. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Rico. That, colleagues, can I get a motion on our consent agenda?
Motion by Charles Newton.
My Madam Chair.
Second by Otto So.
Second by Honorable Otto So. That, colleagues, let's go to the vote.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Caleb Jr. votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
I vote green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canasva Crotty. Honorable Amber
Delegate Amber Canasva-Crotty, and I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canasva Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Purnell Halona is excused. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henyo votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Rick Nez. Honorable Rick Nez. Honorable Rick Nez did not vote. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not vote. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. is excused. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Okay.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. is excused. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. Going back up. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Speaker, you have 18 in favor, 0 opposed, and chair not voting.
Thank you. That 18 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting on our consent items, approving them. That, colleagues, 0117-21, 0118-21, 0121-21, and 0122-21 was final authority here at Naabik'íyáti Committee. Legislation 0107-21 continues on to the Navigation Council. Let's go ahead and continue on down. Moving on down, item number B on our new business is legislation 0156-21, which is an action related to the Naabik'íyáti Committee recommending to the BNF Committee the proposed fiscal year 2022 budget for the Navajo Nation executive offices. Sponsored myself, co-sponsored by Honorable Stewart. That, colleagues, This time I'm requesting to see if somebody can chair the Naabik'íyáti committee meeting, colleagues. Anybody like to chair the NABI meeting for the next two legislations, colleagues?
Chair Damon, this is Vice Chair Smith. I'll go ahead and
Yes.
volunteer.
Hey, thank you, Vice Chair. I'll toss the virtual gavel your way. Floor's your, or actually, gavel's yours.
Thank you, sir. Do we have that read into the record, Daniel?
Thank you, Chairman Pro Tem and members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee. Tracking number 0156-21 and action relating to the Naabik'íyáti Committee approving and recommending to the Budget and Finance Committee the proposed fiscal year 2022 budget for the Navajo Nation Executive Offices, sponsored by Honorable Speaker Seth Damon and co-sponsored by Honorable Wilson C. Stewart Jr. Naabik'íyáti is final authority per Navajo Nation Council Standing Committee Rules of Order Rule 9 legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. Mr. Chairman Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Rico. Committee members, I need a motion.
Motion by Charles Newton.
I'll recognize Charles Newton as the motion party. Second.
Eugene So.
I heard Honorable Yellowhair as second to the motion of the legislation 015621. Committee members. Committee members, what are we doing? Any questions?
Pro Tem Speaker, this is Delegate Crotty, and I have questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Crotty. Sponsor of the legislation, Chairman Damon, you have the floor, 20 minutes.
Sorry, there, here we go. Thank you very much, colleagues, members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee. As you know, the Naabik'íyáti Committee is the oversight for the executive offices, and those include Office of the President, Vice President, Navajo Nation Washington Office, Navajo Land Commission Office, Office of Miss Navajo Nation, Telecommunications, Regulatory Commission, Executive Protection Services, Office of the First Lady, Youth Advisory Council, and the Uranium Remediation Advisory Commission. In this case, is going to be new and recommended in moving forth on the budget. Colleagues, as a recommendation, one thing that is being presented, I do believe that OMB has sent out the executive branch fiscal year 2020 budget hearing information. So with that information, you might look through that. Other than that, I do have Mr. Paulson Chaco representing the executive branch at this time. So I'll go ahead and turn over to Mr. Chaco. Mr. Chaco.
Good morning, Speaker. This is Christopher Bahi. I believe I'm here to present the budget subcommittee. The chief of staff is not available, so I'm assigned.
Okay. Well, Mr. Bahi, floor is yours.
Question of Vice Chair Pro Tem.
Sorry, who is speaking?
This is Delegate Charles Newton.
Are you asking for a question of privilege?
Yes. Yes, sir, I am.
You may proceed with your question privilege.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Perhaps I'm wrong on this, but since the budget is before us, shouldn't we hear a report from OMB before we actually move into the budget for the executive office? I'm just asking if that's the way that it's handled here at NABI. Thank you.
Thank you for that question of privilege. Back to the sponsor of the legislation. Do you have an answer for that question of privilege?
Thank you. I requestfully ask if the committee members that there be no time taken away from the presentation of our the remainder of our 18 minutes, as there'll be a presentation from Office of the or from the executive side, as any representation would on and recommendation from the budget that's going to be presented. So I guess it's your call, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for that, Chairman Damon. We'll go ahead and not take time from you. This is NABI, so there's no time limit. I take it, I did just mention 20 minutes, but that was to open the floor for the dialogue. You may proceed, Chairman Damon.
Point of order, Callum Gay Jr.
Point of order, Otto So.
I hear point of order by two delegates, one from Honorable Key Allen McGay, another one from Otto So. Point of order will go to Key Allen, and then the next one will go to Honorable Otto So. Honorable McGay, you have the floor.
Good morning, Chair for NABI, Speaker, everyone. I have a concern about how we're proceeding with this particular meeting. That's where I call for a point of order. Is that we going into a budget hearing? I believe that this should have been a separate meeting for budget than the regular NABI meetings. We follow certain procedures during the budget hearings. Now I just realized what all I need on at the committee level. Now we're at the committee with the oversight of several programs called because we got to read the hearing rules, and then taking oath and all of that stuff needs to be in order for us to hear all these budget legislations. In this case, unless if I need to be corrected, Chairman.
Thank you, Honorable Key Allen McGay. Could we have Legislative Council chime in on this proceedings? Legislative Council.
Thank you. Good morning. This is Dana Barbara, Chief Legislative Counsel. As Office of Legislative Counsel, we sent out some recommendations about a week ago about these what we call budget hearings, but essentially are actually in the end meeting. And there were two different options that we recommended. One was just to treat the legislation like regular legislation, call it up, make amendments, vote on it. Although that was not practicable at some of the committees, they in turn did it in a different structure, as that they heard from all of the programs as reports first, and then they had a special meeting to approve the legislation. That is, if I'm correct, a process followed by 3 committees. One of the committees did it just as regular legislation. So I bring that up only to get to the point that legislation, the one that's in front of you, it can be treated as a regular legislation. You do not have to have a separate meeting. You do not need to have special rules. It's just the committee rules. And as I also put in my recommendation, although it's been a historical practice throughout the Navajo Nation to have everybody take oaths before presenting budget information, it's actually not required by the code to do that, but certainly at the option of any committee who wishes to proceed that way. So I think in the end, what I'm saying is I think you're in order by having these on the agenda as regular legislations. Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem and Delegate Begay. I hope I answered your question fully. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Legislative Counsel, for that information on behalf of this legislation. Back to Honorable Kealan Begay. Any follow-up on this concern on your point of order?
Chairman, that was through the point of order, but no. If I'm in order to respond to that through my point of order, I can say that I believe that these budget should be as a separate proper protocol of processes. I think we should go through that fashion. Since otherwise, oversight committee members, the oversight committee, we just finished through 4 days of follow-up and so on, because budget siki, we went through all of these budget as an oversight for some of the program as a NABI committee. We're not going through that fashion. So yeah, but I'm not opposed to the legislation. I just want to make sure that the public is having an understanding is that we went through oversight here in budget thoroughly, but yet as an oversight for NABI, we're just kind of approving the legislation. So I just want to be on record to state that concern, Chairman. Thank you.
For elaborating on that and making it clear. I turn the floor back over to the sponsor of this legislation, and then I'll recognize Honorable Otto So's point of order. Speaker Damon, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. As indicated, taking the recommendation from Office of Legislative Counsel, Mr. Pro Tem Chair, in response to that, colleagues, this legislation is at the official oversight of the Naabik'íyáti Committee. If this Naabik'íyáti Committee wants to go ahead and continue on forward in the way we're going now, that's one route. I will consider that. If this Naabik'íyáti Committee feels that we need to have a work session, a budget hearing specifically on the legislation 0156-21 and 0157-21, it's up to the committee to recommendation would be to table legislation until we had the hearing. If that's what Honorable Kealan Begay's wanting to raise, I think that's what he's wanting to move forward on that. That's the recommendation, and we would have to move the budget schedule around in order for that to happen. We probably had to have a work session as early as Monday, and then probably have some type of emergency NABI meeting in order for these to come back at the comprehensive budget hearing to, again, members of the committee. So again, those are just the recommendations. This is the legislation of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, and as a recommendations, colleagues, I will go with whatever the vote is for any kind of recommendation to table or continue on with this discussion. Members, I yield back to the floor.
Thank you, Chairman Damon, for sponsoring this legislation. There's two legislations before us. They're going to be heard this morning and this afternoon, possibly. It depends on which way the Naabik'íyáti committee would like to go. There was two options. One is to hear it as is. The other one is to do what Chairman Damon had suggested. We could set it aside and put up an emergency meeting to cover this on behalf of this legislation. Committee members, what's your take on that?
Can you get to the point of order?
Before I go back to the floor on that question, I'll go and recognize Honorable Otto So's point of order. You have the floor.
Thank you very much. I was going to raise another point of order to say that I need to get the acting chair to get in compliance with the point of order rule. So, but what I'm getting to is the normal committee, standing committee on the budget is not consistent. The standing committee on the books lists NABI as a Navajo Nation Standing Committee, and that should be that type of formality of consistency should be all across the board, whether it's LOC or RDC, BNF, and Naabik'íyáti committee. I do agree with the point of order that was raised by my brother, Honorable Key Allen Begay, and to hear the budget. And I haven't seen a PDF on the executive branch's budget in the email yet. I don't need to internet. Ish even na ko o Naabik'íyáti. Even na did the hearings get behas ani beast. I do agree that we need to table the two legislations and go into committee hearing mode, maybe all next week, because we need to hear them.
Thank you, Honorable So, for clarifying that and making that point across. I hear a motion to table this legislation and also to table the second legislation. Committee members, there's a motion to table.
Vice Chair, this is Delegate Charles Newton with a point of order.
Eugenia Charles Newton, point of order, will be recognized. You may proceed.
Thank you, Vice Chair Smith. Just for clarification, Vice Chair, a motion and a second can't be raised when a delegate calls a point of order or recognizes to bring issues to this floor. I think it's got to be during just a regular part of asking questions. So I just want to clarify that unless things have changed. Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification, Honorable Chairwoman Eugenia Charles Newton. Committee members, there has been 3 point of orders, and it looks like that we may possibly end up doing one or the other. So I'll turn the floor back over to the chair of this legislation.
I do have a question of privilege. This Delegate Freeland.
Question of privilege. Recognize Honorable Freeland. You have the floor.
Thank you, Shana. Audit committee members on Senegi. If these two legislations get tabled, will it hinder the process, the budget process, any towards getting these budgets put into place? That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you for that question of privilege. We'll turn the floor over to the sponsor of this legislation in order to give the information to the committee members. Chairman Damon, you have the floor.
there's always complications in the budget calendar. Chairman, Mr. Pro Tem Chair, just to answer Honorable Freeland's question. So even if there was tabling motion, we would still figure out some way, working together with OMB, Controller, Office of Legislative Counsel, Office of Legislative Services, to make sure that we get back on track before we can go ahead and get this back to the comprehensive budget hearings.
Thank you, Chairman Damon, for that answer.
And I would recommend that you'd ask Office of Management and Budget or the Office of Legislative Counsel if that was something that would hinder the decision too as well for prolonging the budget calendar if this action was going to be moved forth. Thank you.
Question of
Thank you,
privilege.
Chairman. Freda Hatzi.
Delegate Daniel.
Try again. Dojo Ditzada.
Yes, this is Council Delegate Herman Daniel. I raised a question of privilege or point of privilege.
Goshen, Shanella, recognize your point of privilege. You have the floor.
Thank you, Pro Temp Chair. Kodo Shanella, Kodo Bane indicate question. Kodo Malay. If we do Nabi, the budget, we table this, and if we do work session, do we just go straight to the council after that? Does it come back to Nabi? That's my question. Thank you.
Goshen Shanella, I'll turn the floor over to the sponsor for that question. Sponsor, you have the floor.
Again, Mr. Pro Tem Chair, I'd like to refer to Office of Legislative Counsel to respond to that and the other questions about the hindrance if this action moves forward.
That will be granted. Legislative Counsel, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. I've got a number of questions here that I think I can answer, and if I left anything out, please let me know. Okay, I'm going to start with Delegate Daniel's question first. I want to remind everyone that at this particular stage, this is a oversight committee action on the budget, and NABI is final authority. So this does not go to council. After NABI approves it, it is used in the presentations that are scheduled right now, August 19th to the 25th, which is when the oversight committees recommend their budgets to the Budget and Finance Committee. I do believe that if you determined to table this, but I want to come back to the tabling because you can only table this once. If you table it twice, it's going to die. So that is hopefully something you keep in mind in your consideration. But however, if NABI was to do these budgets separately and had it completed by next week, by the 18th, which is Wednesday, I think that we could not disrupt the budget hearings calendar. But I do agree with Speaker that in the past, every year, there are some kind of hiccups that require some readjustments of the budget calendar. So I think we can
Fine,
work
but
it out in some
or
sort with
the other
that.
one's good. I can't verify that one. Oh, sorry.
Another option that you might consider is that you could, instead of tabling these two legislations, because as I said, if it's tabled more than once, it will die. You might go back and amend your agenda, perhaps, to delete both of these items. That way you wouldn't have, oh, dang it, you already read one of the legislations into the record. But you could move these legislations as reports today and somewhat start just the initial presentation of your budgets. Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem. I think I probably didn't answer one question, but now I can't recall what it was. Thank you.
Question of privilege, Otto So.
Good morning, Naabik'íyáti members. We might have lost Chairman Pro Tem Smith. Can we get another Pro Tem? Second call for a Pro Tem.
Yeah. There's Delegate Henio.
Okay, Chairman. Floor is yours.
24th Nomination Council, Naabik'íyáti Committee. I did hear a question of privilege. Okay, Delegate Oduso.
Thank you very much, Pro Temp. My question of privilege today is to Dana. One is that by law, there's nothing that indicates that we have to meet these timelines. These timelines are set. But what I'm indicating is that if we don't meet this timeline, do we have a continuous resolution on the side so that if we do not meet these timelines that's in the budget manual of the budget hearing, that way the council can act on the CR so that we could have a proper budget process that's required by law. And last year, and for an example, that's what we did. And we passed the CR and we passed the budget until December. So there's nothing in the system that says thou shall the Navajo Nation Council have the budget completed by September 30th. There's nothing that binds us and say you have to have it or else this will happen to you. So it's an ongoing process, and I believe that that system there is in place so that we could have a proper budget hearing. If we don't have these budget, if we're just going to go through and approve this legislation, it's no use for having a budget hearing process in the code. Just throw it out. But at this time, we have to have the budget hearing for the oversight of our oversight program.
So what's your question? You're just going on and debating. What's your question? Is it the timeline?
No. It was related to the timelines. are we bound to have the budget hearing or correction, the timeline of the budget to be done by September 30th? Are we bound by law to have that? Because we can also entertain a CR if we run into that time.
Was
Thank
the
you.
budget also approved as part of the bin? Find that out for me.
Gashina Helache, Delegate Odoso. Ms. Barboff, question directed at Office of Legislative Counsel.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem. So we got a couple of questions going on. The budget instructions manual was approved, or the budget calendar was approved as part of the budget instructions manual. I understand, so that calendar is in there. But as far as the codified provisions, the one second, just a second. Someone else is talking to me. I know. Okay. I apologize. I apologize for that. Can you still hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. It was just somebody pointing out to me that the calendar had been approved as part of the budget instructions manual, but I think I already mentioned that. But the one provision that I think is important overall to this question is in the Appropriations Act, Title 12, Section 840B. The last sentence does say that the Navajo Nation Council shall adopt the comprehensive budget no less than 20 days prior to the expiration of each fiscal year. So there is a statutory provision that says that the council is to adopt the budget 20 days prior to the expiration of each fiscal year. So I believe that that would be, it has to be adopted by September 10th. Or maybe it's September 11th, but it does have to be adopted 20 days prior. And as we've done in the past, many times, the budget calendar does seem to have to get adjusted as issues come up. Something else I wanted to say. For now, I'll leave it there. Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem.
Dana, for that response. Shananda, Naabik'íyáti Committee, there is a motion on the floor by Chair Delegate Odoso to table this legislation until we get it through a budget hearing. So therefore, that motion is still on the floor. Manuel?
That motion was made during a point of order, so I would wait until we're done with the point of orders and someone can make that motion.
Thank you, Hela, Manuel, for that clarification. We are have gone through the point of orders. So you've heard the point of orders, the discussion regarding this legislation. Should it be part of the budget hearing mode or part of this Naabik'íyáti meeting? So as far as how you wish to proceed with this legislation regarding the budget for the executive branch. And so therefore, I yield the floor back to the committee. If not, we could continue with the 20-minute presentation.
Pro Tem Henyo, this is Delegate Crotty, and I did have a question on the legislation. Thank you.
Gashina, with that, let's continue with our presentation. Then I'm not hearing any more discussion. So moving forward with our presenter, Ms. Christopher Bahi, through agent for Chairman Seth Damon. You have the floor again.
Mr. Pro Tem Chair, this is Speaker Damon. There was a recommendation. I will adhere to that recommendation to go and have OMB do their report first, and then we'll continue on in giving the floor back to to the agent, Mr. Bahi.
Okay. Do we have our Office of Management and Budget on the line? Mr. Dominic Bial, staff.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Pro Tem Chair and NABI committee members. This is Lisa Jim with OMB. Yes, I do. I am ready.
Okay. With this, we are at regular Naabik'íyáti. Therefore, if we were in the budget hearing mode, we would ask that you take an oath and say yes or no to that oath. But as far as since we're just in regular Nabi, you may proceed.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem. I'll be reading from the OMB report. Naabik'íyáti Committee FY22 Budget Hearings Executive Offices, the Navajo Nation OMB report. You'll see the table of contents. Part A is the FY22 Fund Type Budget Summary. Part B, FY21 Third Quarter Expenditure Report. Part C, FY21 Third Quarter Performance Assessment Report. Part D, FY21 Third Quarter Plans Operation Status Report. And Part E, FY21 Condition Appropriation Legislative Concern Report. Moving on to Part A, FY22 Fund Type Budget Summary. Executive Offices. For the FY21, I'll be reading the bottom line. For the FY22 approved budget per CN 8820, the amount was $12,026,642. For proposed FY22 Navajo Nation funds budget, the proposed general fund budget is $5,635,548. The indirect cost is $1,421,116. The general wage adjustment is $43,180. There's zero proprietary, zero fiduciary, zero special revenue fund internal, zero special revenue fund external, giving you a total amount of $7,099,844. Moving on to Part B, the FY21 Third Quarter Budget Expenditure Report. Again, I'll be reading the bottom line. This budget status report is as of June 30th, 2021. The original budget, the general fund total, is $1,643,465.45. Revised budget is $7,887,797.03. Actuals is $4,091,739.42. Encumbrances is $446,176.71. Budget available is $3,339,880.90, giving expense total of 57.53%. Part C can be, I can read Part C, the third quarter performance assessment report. Part C, again, I'll be reading the bottom line. The first quarter average is 2.17. Second quarter was 2.43. Third quarter is 2.48. Part D, the FY21 third quarter plans operation status report. Here you have 8 listed. For the Office of the President is CD 6889, Navajo Nation Washington Office, GSC JY-40-08, Navajo Hopi Land Commission Office, GSCF-10-91, Office of Miss Navajo Nation, GSC JA-03-00, Navajo Telecommunications Regulatory Commission, CAP-17-03 and CO-51-13, Executive Protection Services Program, GSCO-83-95, Office of the First Lady, GSCD-54-07, and Navajo Nation Youth Advisory Council. There is no plan operation. Moving on to Part E, FY21 Conditional Appropriation Legislative Concern Report. You have 3 for executive offices. You have legislative concern number 13. That goes to Business Unit 103003, Navajo Land Commission Office. The due date was in the third quarter. The third quarter response was no response and they're non-compliant. Legislative concern number 14 was for Business Unit 103003, Navajo Land Commission Office. And the due date was in the second quarter. There was no third quarter response and the status is non-compliant. The other one is legislative concern number 23 to all divisions and programs. Responsible entity are all divisions and programs. The due date was into the second quarter and there's no response. They're non-compliant. Speaker Pro Tem, committee members, that's OMB's report.
Well, thank you for that report, Ms. Jim. Shinanta, Naabik'íyáti committee members, any questions for OMB on the report?
Pro Tem Henyo, this is Delegate Crotty with a question.
Shinanta, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Pro Tem. I appreciate the report by Ms. Jim with OMB. Ms. Jim, on the total allocation from last fiscal year, can you identify if there was additional appropriations to the budget? I understand the CR was limited to 25%, but if there was any additional supplemental appropriations to the executive department. Thank you.
And thank you for that question. Also, back to Naabik'íyáti. Any other questions? I'll defer back to Ms. Jim. You have the floor. Response.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem, committee members. Okay, let me see. Executive offices did get the general fund, the IDC, the GWA, and they also did get some money from what we were all referring to as the Bs for special duty pay. And they also did get money from the same resolution for personnel, operating supplies, and operating expenses. Mr. Chair, committee members.
Thank you for that response. Back to you, Naabik'íyáti committee, Shinanta. Any further questions, comments for OMB?
Pro Tem Chair Henyo, this is Delegate Cardi with a question.
Shinanta, you have the floor again.
Yes, thank you, Pro Tem. Ms. Jim, if I can respectfully ask OMB to provide the committee that breakdown of those additional supplements, that will be helpful in our discussion and as we ask the executive offices regarding their expenditure and their percentages. It's very helpful. So thank you, Ms. Jim. I appreciate the report. And Ms. Jim, has there been any indication from the Youth Council on developing a plan of operation? And are we able to, as a committee, recommend a budget if there's no plan of operation? Thank you, Pro Tem Henyo.
For those questions. Back to Ms. Jim for a response as far as the request and the question.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem. Committee members, I'll refer that question to Mr. Bial, the OMB Executive Director. Thank you.
Mr. Bial, are you on the line with us?
Good morning, Chair Pro Tem, members of the committee. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Mr. Bial.
Okay. Okay, something happened on this side, but responding to Delegate Crotty's question on the Youth Advisory Council or Committee's plan of operation, OMB ourselves, we're not familiar with that particular question, whether a plan of operation is under development, and if so, what the status of it is. So that's a question that the Office of the President can answer. Now, the second part of your question about whether they can be budgeted or appropriated funds without one, normally we would say that there ought to be a plan of operation in place. But there is precedent where throughout the year sometimes a program or service or activity is appropriated funding. Sometimes there's a COA attached to it saying you shall do a plan of operation by the second quarter or something like that. So the answer is that we would say that a plan of operation in all cases should be available. But if not, then perhaps the COA could be attached to it to require it. Mr. Chair Pro Tem, that's my answer.
Thank you for that response. So therefore, the other part of the question was request for breakdown on the additional allocations for the executive branch. Ms. Jim?
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem. I am working on that. I'll send a summarized worksheet to Delegate Crotty here in just a minute.
Send it to Mr. Manuel Rico, and then he could disseminate it to the Naabik'íyáti committee members.
Yes, Speaker Pro Tem.
With that, Naabik'íyáti committee members, any further questions, comments regarding the OMB report?
Chair Henio, this is Vice Chair Smith.
Vice Chair Smith, you have the gavel. Thank you for coming back on. Go ahead, Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you for that. That's cool. I've got questions, Chair Henio. Give me the floor. Shona.
Yes, you have the floor, Shananda. Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you. Thank you for taking over. My phone dropped the call, and I was frantically trying to get back on board. But thank you, Shananda. Chair Henio. Back to the legislative concerns on the FY 2021. This is very, very, very disturbing. And the reason why we put these concerns is LC number 13 on page 12 of 12. It says no response, non-compliance, and that is to the Navajo Land Commission office. We coordinate with the relocation remediate the dilapidated homes, specifically within the East Mill, Little Silversmith of Newlands, and also Hard Rock and Coal Mine Mesa Chapter House. There was legislative concerns brought forward to them, and it was supposed to be completed by the second quarter. However, we're now in the third quarter. There's no response. It's non-compliant, and that was business unit number 103003. And also, too, the other one is concerning the Navajo Commission Office, the relocation repair of Road 8031. I think that's why, Shananda and Osenegi, that's why we passed a legislation on the consent to have a commissioner, and the commissioner is imperative to have on board with the Office of Navajo Indian Relocation. So things like this, we could give to the commissioner to work with the Navajo Nation and work with the office of Washington, D.C., and also our representatives and senators within Washington, D.C. However, folks have been constantly asking, what is the status? What's going on? Why is nothing happening? And this is something that we put in the legislative concerns, and it seems like it just goes on deaf ears. I'm sure there's others that are like that within the budget. But Chair Henio, that's my concern, and I don't know who can answer that. I think maybe OMB just reporting on this, but I think Navajo Land Commission office is tasked to do these things and to work with that, be the mediator between Tutzil, Little Silversmith, East Mill, and Coal Mine Mesa, and to provide a Hopi Land Commission by the second quarter. But we haven't heard anything. So thank you, Chair Henio.
Vice Chair Smith, with your concern regarding the plan of operation or the COA. Maybe Ms. Barba with the Office of Legislative Counsel, what would be the recommendation from your office?
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem. This is Ms. Barbara. So there is, as you're aware, there is a condition of appropriation, and there is a legislative concern. And conditions of appropriation, they have specific repercussions if they're not fulfilled in them. Legislative concerns essentially set forth for lack of a better word, some high priorities for the council and the committee. When those are not responded to, there's no specific repercussion attached to them. However, they are an indication of probably performance, and also as to whether the program in question is doing what its oversight expected. So that becomes how individual delegates use that in their evaluations. Is there's nothing set in stone, but it's certainly something to consider. Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, Ms. Barba, for that response. Also, Vice Chair Smith, maybe you can hold that question when we get to the Navajo Hopi Land office budget, and maybe the program manager might be on, and you could pretty much ask that question again too, Vice Chair Smith. Back to Naabik'íyáti Committee, any further questions or comments for the Office of Management and Budget?
Pro Tem Tanya, this is Delegate Crotty with the question.
Yes, Shananta, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you. I would like to ask, so we'll be developing the condition of appropriation for the Youth Council to develop a plan of operation. That does take time. If I could get guidance, if that could be completed by the second or third quarter, and I could move forward with that request. Thank you, Vice Pro Tem Henio.
Katrina, thank you for that request. Office of Legislative Counsel, if you would have a staff start developing that condition of appropriation. So when we get to the Youth Council, we could entertain that as a motion. Ms. Barba?
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem and Delegate Crotty. The Office of Legislative Counsel will start developing that amendment for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barba. Back to committee, Naabik'íyáti Committee. Any further questions or comments? Then thank you, Office of Management and Budget, for your report. I will go to the sponsor, Chairman Damon Cecilia, through your agent. You have the floor.
Okay, thank you very much, Chairman. Thank you very much, colleagues, members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee. Again, we are bringing legislation 0156-21, which is the recommending the Naabik'íyáti Committee today on the fiscal year 2022 budget for the Navajo Nation Executive Offices. I do have an agent from the Office of President and Vice President, Mr. Christopher Bahi, so I'll go ahead and turn over the floor at this time. Mr. Bahi.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee. Okay, so for the FY21 budget for Business Unit 103001, Office of the President and Vice President, we'll start reading by Part 2, prepared by Christopher Bahi. Email address is there and under the Division Executive Branch. Part 2, the funding sources. We have general funds in the amount allocated in the amount of $2,320,076, which is 69% of our total budget. We have indirect cost recovery funds in the amount of $1,065,343, which makes up the remaining 31% of our budget, for a total of $3,385,419. Moving on to Part 3, the budget summary. We have the 2001 personnel expenses. We have a current Navajo Nation approved original budget of $2,654,842. The proposed budget is going to be $2,647,455, with a reduction of $7,387. The 3,000 travel expenses line item, the approved original budget is $267,274. The proposed budget is going to be $329,936, with an increase of $62,662. We have no meeting expenses under the 3,500. 4,000 supplies. The current approved budget is at $131,987. The proposed budget is at $110,000, with a reduction of $21,987. The 5,000 series lease and rental, we have a current approved budget of $35,000. The proposed budget is at $35,000 again, with no difference. The 5,500 line item communications and utilities, we have a current approved budget of $42,380. The proposed budget is at $34,700, with a reduction of $7,680. The 6,000 repairs and maintenance series, the current approved budget is at $6,000. The proposed budget is at $9,000, with an increase of $3,000. The 6,500 contractual services, the current approved budget is at $86,000. The proposed budget is at $116,811, with an increase of $30,811. The 7,000 series special transactions, the current approved budget is at $108,183. The proposed budget is at $102,517, with a reduction of $5,666. The bottom line now totals. The current approved budget was at $3,331,666. The current proposed budget is at $3,385,419, with an increase of $53,753. Moving on to Part 4, positions and vehicles. The current approved budget has total number of positions budgeted at 27. The proposed budget is at 27, which will remain the same. The next line, total number of vehicles budgeted, is 10 for the current approved year, with a proposal of 11 vehicles into the next year. And moving on to Part 5, it was submitted by Chief of Staff Paul Sanchaco, and the budget was approved by President Jonathan Ness. Moving on to our Form 2, we have the Part 1, Business Unit 103001, Program Name Office of the President and Vice President. We have part 2, the plan of operation, resolution number, purpose of the program. The resolution number was CD-68-89 within Title II, subsection 1001. Moving on to part 3, the program performance criteria. We have the 5 goal statements there, each with a goal for quarters 1 through 4 for the FY22 year. Goal statement number 1, support infrastructure development within the executive branch. The performance measure will be review plans for executive programs to restructure and incorporate technological advancements in regional service area support into their plan of operation. And the goal for each quarter is going to be 4. Number 2, goal statement, promote healthy living within the Navajo Nation through executive branch direct service programs. The performance measure there will be research, restructure, and improve behavioral and mental health programs and wellness outreach initiatives on the Navajo Nation. And there's a goal of 10 for each quarter. Number 3, goal statement, implement government accountability strategies to ensure program compliance for federal contracts and grants. The performance measure, review external funded program accountability and compliance with U.S. federal officials. And there's a goal of 6 for each quarter. Number 4, goal statement, support sovereignty and economic development through leadership consultations with U.S. federal officials. The performance measure, provide testimony to enhance government-to-government relations with federal partners and state governments. And there's a goal of 4 for each quarter. Number 5, goal statement, implement intergenerational teachings back into educational programs on the Navajo Nation. The performance measure there, advocate for increased Diné language and Diné way of life teachings through education and social service programs. And there's a goal of 4 for each quarter. Part 4, the information was acknowledged by Chief of Staff Paulson Chaco and President Jonathan Nez. And that completes the Form 1 and Form 2 of the FY22 budgets for the President and Vice President's office. Thank you. Back to you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. With that, Mr. Tim, Chair, there was budget forms that were initiated and sent out in the PDF format, and that was sent out at it was sent out 11/27, and it was just now sent out again, so 2 times, colleagues, so we should have that information. So with that, Mr. Pro Tem Chair, we'll go ahead and go back to the floor if there's any further comments or questions at this time.
Thank you, Sheikh Yana, for that presentation. And that budget and finance, Naabik'íyáti committee. Any questions regarding this presentation, executive budget?
Pro Tem Henio, this is Delegate Cardi with the question.
You have the floor. Your question?
Yes, thank you. So, thank you for the presentation. I'm looking at the OMB report regarding the expenditures and the original budget and the revised budget. Could you, I know we're waiting for that update from OMB, but if you could briefly give a history regarding Office of the President and Vice President's budget. The original budget was about $832,000, and then the revised budget was $4.4 million, with 60% spent. Also, looking at the Navajo Washington office, there's a 49%. So at this point, the committee should see at least a 75% expenditure. And it looks like none of the programs under executive have met that mark. And so that always indicates that there's an either over allocation or there's an internal issue with expending the funding within the guidelines and timeframes. And my second part of my question, if you can provide some guidance on the Navajo Nation Youth Authority when that plan of operation as we pull together the condition of appropriation, if that's ready for council's action, we can put for second quarter. But if there's additional time needed, then I would assume the recommendation would be third quarter. And I would need to know who is responsible for that account so that we could properly identify whether it's a travel restriction or a condition of appropriation on the actual budget, employment budget. And so I'd appreciate those recommendations. And I'm looking at I'll defer to Vice Chair Smith with his questions on the Hopi Land Commission office, because they do have under average ratings, as does the Telecommunications Regulatory Commission. And and I can understand the challenges with the Youth Advisory Council with no plan of operation and COVID issues. But I would like you to also explain or give us an update on the plan of operations. So of your programs, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of the offices need updated plan of operation. And so those are shaded. If you could give us that update and an update on the legislative concerns, because all 3 legislative concerns are no response from the program, and so it's deemed non-compliant. And I think what's important is the third one is having to identify appropriate facilities for modifications for our handicapped and individuals who have challenges. So walking into the office of the president or other executive offices, the public should have that be identified. So if I could have those questions answered, thank you. I appreciate that, Pro Tem and presenter Chris.
Okay, thank you for those questions and requests. Defer back to presenter, Speaker, Chairman Damon.
Thank you very much. With that, let me go ahead and refer those questions back to Mr. Bahi.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, Delegate Crotty, for the question. For your first question on the expenditure rate from the OMB report, page 6, I believe the difference in the original budget and the revised budgets comes directly from the FMIS report. As we're all aware, there was a continuing resolution at the beginning of the fiscal year. So those reports would refer to the first quarter allocation that we were given on the CR. So in the FMIS system, it would show the first quarter, which would be 25% of the budget, and that's where we get the original budget. That's why the original budgets are all a lot lower than what the revised budgets are. When the budget was approved in December, the remaining funds were redeposited into all the business units, thus bringing it up to a higher rate. And then from there was some supplemental requests approved, I believe in February or March of this year, that gave an additional $579,000 to the Office of the President and Vice President, and an additional amount, I believe, to the Washington office for upkeep for their office building. And I don't recall if any of the other executive office programs received supplemental funding. I believe it was just the 2. And then a question moving on to the expenditure rates being at below the 75 mark. To date, which would be 12 days after this report has been completed, I do believe that a few of the programs, a few of the business units have gone up. I believe the President's office as of today is at 70%, but a lot of those, from my understanding, comes back to the personnel individual budgets. I know the Washington office had several vacancies in their positions, and part of the supplemental funding that they got redeposited funds back into positions for their office, which they're still filling at the moment. Within the President's office, we did have a few staff leave for the different reasons. So we had some vacancies and some personnel savings as well. within our personnel line item. So that would give some reason as to why the budget rates are still high. For the other offices, a majority of them, from my understanding, are travel budgets, some supplies as well. As we know, it's been a couple of years now that we're still getting to get staff trained in the FMIS 6B through the Office of the Controller. And some programs do receive and train their staff on that. And in turn, that once the staff are trained, sometimes they'll transfer out to go to another program, or the training. If sometimes FMIS can be perceived as not user friendly, and it just takes some time for some of those newly trained in it to get the 6B working, as well as some have contracts with still going through the 164 process. And as we all aware, sometimes the encumbrance on that after they're signed may take some time. So that's my explanation for some of the expenditure rates being below the 75%. Of course, some of the programs and that oversee the other business units can answer if they want to bring that up in their individual reports following our office. The question related to the Navajo Nation Youth Advisory Council, I think we can have our staff, as if you are not aware, Ms. Yvonne Key Billison had another job opportunity with another entity, so she's no longer with our office as of 2 weeks. So she was the primary point of contact for the Navajo Nation Youth Advisory Council. And within our office now, we are reassigning that over. But in the meantime, we have other staff that can assist if we do have the condition of appropriation placed on the Youth Advisory Council. And as in the past, we do strongly encourage the advisors from each of the 3 branches. Aside from the Office of the President and Vice President, we try to include the one representative from the judicial branch as well as the legislative branch. So of course, when we do get to the creation of a plan of operation for that advisory council, we will include the representatives from the other 3 branches as well to assist. Getting to the plan of operations question, Delegate Crotty, as you can see, like you mentioned yourself, 7 of them are either outdated. The first being the Office of the President and Vice President. I'm not aware if we plan on updating it. As you can see, the year it was adopted was back in 1989 due to the changeover in the 3-branch government from the chairmanship. So that would be a question I would refer to the president to answer. Unfortunately, he's unavailable at this time, but I will see that him and the vice president are made aware that that is a question from the committee. The Navajo Nation Washington office, the year adopted was 2008 with their updates. The Hopi Land Commissions was in 1991. The Office of Miss Navajo is 2000, but we have the updated plan of operation forthcoming. Telecommunications regulatory seems to be the only one in compliance from their update with the E911 back in 2013. The executive protection was established in 1995. The Office of the First Lady was last updated in 2007. And as I mentioned before, the Youth Advisory Council has none currently. So those questions on updating any of the plan of operations might come down to just, I guess, seeing where with some of the programs, if they've been planning on it. As mentioned before, some of the programs are currently working on it, but it does take some time, especially getting them to get the legislations approved through the committees. So we're happy to provide a written report on those updates, which we can send over to the committee if that's okay with everybody and Delegate Carty. And the legislative concerns regarding the Navajo Land Commission and the divisions numbers, legislative concern 13, 14, and number 23. For the Hopi Land Commission, I'll allow the executive director to answer that when we get to their budget. And of course, for the questions on the making the buildings more accessible within all the divisions, I think we're all aware within the pandemic, most of the offices were closed. So that could be a possible reason why. I do apologize that it is showing that there's no update report submitted to, no response submitted to OMB. But we are aware COVID-19 delayed much of the work for the entire government. And we'll keep the legislative concerns as a priority after we address the health and safety of the people. So with that, I hope I answered all your questions to the best of my ability, Delegate Crotty. And I'll turn the floor back over to the sponsor. Thank you.
That, Mr. Pro Tem Chair, we'll go ahead and yield back to the floor.
Okay, thank you, Cecilia, Chairman Damon. Also, to Legislative Council, there's a request if the COAs are ready for an amendment. How much time would you need, or what's the progress of these amended COAs?
Thank you, Delegate Hino. You used the plurals, COAs, and I have developed the one for the Youth Council. I did not, I must have missed that there were other requests. The one for the Youth Council, I just sent out to Delegate Crotty for her review.
Thank you. There might be another one coming. That's why I use that for the Hopi Land Commission office, but that will come later. But just keep an ear out for that in case that request comes in. Gasheen, thank you, Ms. Barba.
Thank you.
Okay, back to the committee. Any further questions, comments for this legislation? I'm not hearing any comments. Let's see here.
Shana, Delegate Freeland.
Delegate Hanyo.
Okay, I have a lineup now. Shnanda, Delegate Mark Freeland, and then after that, Madam Chair, Eugenia Charles Newton. So, Delegate Freeland, Shnanda, you have the floor.
Shana, committee members of Lenigi. Speaker Damon, thank you for sponsoring this legislation. Christopher Bahi, thank you for presenting. As a member of RDC, we just had our budget hearings this week, and we heard a lot through divisions and the programs and operations, and a lot of emphasis, I think, from us was placed on the local level and chapters or agencies, and how do our division that we all have oversight in the RDC really make a huge impact social programs to help our people. And it was real important to stress that. And I think one question that we asked as a committee was your budget, is there an increase from last year and the previous year? And how much was that increase or decrease? How much of a dollar figure was that increase or decrease of specifically? And how will that impact services towards our people? And those are the questions that we asked as a committee. And I'm really thankful for our RDC colleagues. We vetted these budgets very thoroughly and had a lot of good explanation. So I really want to give my hats off to RDC. But those questions can be applied to this budget as well. And is this budget any different from the budget last year? If so, what's the difference? And how will those differences be impact or make an impact towards services to the people? Thank you.
Okay, along for those questions. I'll go to one more question and defer back to sponsor Shnanda, Madam Chair. Sheldon, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you for the information, OMB, and also presenters here. I think that the questions posed by Delegate Crotty were really good questions, but I feel like I was listening in and I don't feel like that was a good enough answer, especially concerning the legislative concerns. Specifically, I'm looking at legislative concern number 23, which is implementing the handicap designed areas such as ramp signage, bathrooms within the budget across the board. And it looks like there's no response and they're being non-compliant. And I understand that a lot of the offices were closed, but I also am aware as a council delegate that there was requests made for special duty pay and hazard pay, which this council did approve. Some of them was to the executive directors and also their employees. So I don't really buy the argument that offices were closed because of the pandemic. We know that there were people who were working to provide services, and especially concerning our Navajo people who do need these ramp, signage, bathrooms, all of this to accommodate their needs. So I want to hone specifically on legislative concern number 23 and get a better response as to why divisions and departments didn't address those concerns specifically for our Navajo people. Many of our Navajo people, our elderly people, do need help with these ramps and with these bathrooms. And I just think that that's not a good enough answer. So if I can get a better response to why legislative concern number 23, why you are the executive divisions and programs are being non-compliant, and why there was no response during the last year, I would appreciate it. In addition to that, I think what Delegate Freeland asked is a good question and concerning the increase with budget, and specifically looking at the concerns here. And I'm always concerned about the Washington office. Primarily because I feel that the Washington office is not doing very much for this council. In my opinion, I think that the Washington office works directly with the president and vice president, but I have often questioned whether we should even have a Washington office, since in reality, office of president and vice president and speaker's office, we do have our own lobbyists. So we're paying for a Washington office to get information, but we're also paying for lobbyists at the same time, which to me seems to be double dipping. And I know that I've made this argument before, but I just want to know, what specifically is Washington, D.C. office doing for council aside from sending us updated reports of what's being reported in the newspaper, and then occasionally sending us information, general information, but not sharing specific information about delivering, to Congress testimony, or missing out on meetings that involve our committees, or even those that involve the issues like uranium, missing murdered Indigenous relatives, how we don't seem to get that information until the last minute. So again, I am skeptical about the Washington D.C. office, and I think we just need some questions answered. And I know that looking at the OMB report, the last question, and I know that I've asked this question every year, but because I don't work with the budget every day, I have to be reminded. So in terms of the performance assessment scores, are those self-assessment scores that are given to the program? Who is the one who fills out the assessment scores for these offices? Thank you.
Thank you for those questions. So we have two sets of questions. Back to sponsor, Chairman David.
Thank you very much. Let me go ahead and refer that back over to Agent Mr. Bahi. Mr. Bahi.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you for the questions, Delegate Freeland and Delegate Charles Newton. Going first to Delegate Freeland's question regarding the difference in if there's been an increase or a decrease for each of the budgets. Since FY 2020 proposed budgets, the President's office, we have reduced our general fund allocation. I believe this is the second year now that we're taking a reduction in our general fund allocation, specifically where we do reallocate some of that money back out to some of the other programs within the executive offices. So from that, we do have the individual breakdown of allocations from the divisions. So when we break down the allocations specifically within the executive offices, there have been increases in other programs, such as in FY20, there was an increase to both the Veterans and Ms. Navajo's office. In FY21, there was an increase to the, let me see here, I have my chart here. There was an increase, no, I'm sorry, FY21, most of the budgets remained the same as FY20. And going into FY22 with this year's proposed budget, our general fund allocation actually does take a reduction of around 50,000. And a few other of the executive offices that we do allocate funds to as well did take a reduction based on performance. We did take into consideration the expenditure rates as well. I guess if you look at the executive offices as a division within there, we did redistribute some funds to two other programs that are not part of the that aren't part of this specific oversight review committee. We did increase the budget for the Navajo Public Defender. They're not part of this oversight, with their oversight being the Law and Order Committee. And we did create a new general fund business unit due to some funding restrictions. So we are creating a new business unit for the Diné Uranium Remediation Advisory Commission. That's the last budget that's submitted within the budget binders and the electronic files that we shared with council. So 150,000 was redistributed from all the executive offices to create that new business unit specifically for that commission. I do believe that is a commission that several delegates, as well as the executive branch, that was established a few years ago. I believe a lot of us do, some of the delegates do work closely with that commission. And in my opinion, I do see that more of as a direct service back to the people. So within that way, the Youth Advisory Council budget actually was the biggest one that took the hit this year in reductions, but that's mainly just because of the low expenditure rates, including the pandemic. A majority of those funds normally went to their travel reimbursements, as well as program outreach for some of the former council members attending some of the youth council events nationally. Since we know that we do have travel restrictions in place, a lot of that was taken into consideration, which is why their budget took a big hit. But aside from that, aside from the Veterans Administration and the Hope Healing Commission, we don't have too many direct service programs within the executive offices. A majority of these are direct service back to the actual government. So that's how, I guess, the Delegate Freeland, to answer your question, we do our best to redistribute funds back out to programs that need it, especially those that will be serving the people. And I hope that answered your question. If you'd like, I can give you a more detailed report, what we shared with OMB in terms of which programs were reduced within the executive offices and redistributed out to other programs. So if the committee would like that, we can send a copy of that over. I hope that answers the question, Delegate Freeland. Moving on to the questions posed by Delegate Charles Newton. For Delegate Carty's questions that you mentioned, that for the, let me see here, with some of the offices closed, that wasn't too good of an answer. I apologize for that. Well, let me see here. Let me pull up the conditions of the legislative concerns again. So with the legislative concern on the buildings, let me see here. The legislative concern was to implement handicap designated areas, such as ramp, signage, bathrooms within the budgets across the board. This wasn't specific to the executive offices. It was specific to all divisions and programs. And we did meet with our office. We did meet with the facilities maintenance program that has the blueprints, has the number of buildings the nation owns. And from there, I believe we did give them an increase in their allocation for the FY22 for to help I guess to help implement some of that, some of those signs, some of the facility needs to address handicap designated areas. I'm not sure if we can get a copy of a written update report provided to the committee from the Division of General Services. As most of us are aware, that's where the Facilities Maintenance Department falls under General Services. So I can ask the division director to provide a report on that legislative concern, if that pleases the committee. Going on to the operations for the Navajo Nation Washington office, I think a majority of those questions can be answered by the executive director when we move on to their budget next, if that's okay. And the assessment form, the question on the assessment forms and the performance reporting, with the Office of Management and Budget, they do send out self-reporting based on the Form 2s that the programs and offices provide with their budgets. So the performance reporting is based on the Form 2s that each business unit does submit with their budgets. If there's additional questions beyond if it's self-reporting, I think the Office of Management and Budget can answer that question. Aside from that, I don't see any other questions. So back to you, Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Bahi. To my understanding, though, at this time, that we had 20 minutes to go over the entire executive offices. So there's going to be no further time, Mr. Bahi, for any of the other offices to present. So that's the reason why I think that at this time, if there's any other individuals that'd like to respond to answer the questions, whether they be for the Washington office or any questions for Hopi Land Commission, Telecommunications, Executive Protection, Office of the First Lady, or Dene Uranium Remediation Commission, the new one. I think that right now is the time to answer those questions, Mr. Bahi, because we don't have no more time to present to the council.
Okay, thank you, Speaker. We do have the executive directors and managers for those programs on the line. So we can, Ms. Santa Luis is on the line if she can respond to the questions related to the Navajo Nation Washington office. Ms. Lewis?
Good afternoon, Speaker Damon, sponsor of the legislation, and esteemed members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. I believe Delegate Charles Newton had more comments than questions, but if I misunderstood that, it would just be helpful for her to rephrase the question. Thank you.
Ms. Lewis, if you would just respond to the comments as far as those are concerns also. If you would respond to those comments, we appreciate it.
Sure, absolutely. So I'm hopeful that the council is in receipt of our performance as a program. We reported our performance metrics for each of the quarters for fiscal year 2021. And during the year, we have not only, we are evaluated, well, our program is evaluated based on distributing information to, legislative news, alerts, and other press releases. And so that is probably why council receives a number of updates and information news releases, because that is part of what our program is required to provide. Second is we also coordinate work sessions with Navajo Nation government officials and federal agency representatives. And so that is also part of why we periodically go back to the Navajo Nation to ensure that those conversations with appropriate federal officials are taking place. And those meetings are designed to ensure that priorities and issues are presented and discussed for the benefit of the Navajo people. We are also monitoring congressional activities, and we do this on a daily basis. We look at what members are introducing. We look at large legislation, such as the the latest infrastructure package. When the American Rescue Plan Act was going through, we also provided updates and routinely would look at what funding opportunities were made available to the Navajo Nation. I think that our office was also integral to ensuring that the $1.8 billion was awarded or allocated to the Navajo Nation. And our office, the Navajo Nation Washington office, was identified as a point of contact. And also it was our responsibility to gather all the data and to submit it to the Department of Treasury for the Navajo Nation to receive its respective share. So we have done a large amount of work to ensure that not only information was getting to the Navajo Nation, but to ensure that resources continue to be preserved and that we advocated for those resources here in Washington, D.C. It is a responsibility that we do not take lightly. We take our work very seriously because at the end of the day, we want to ensure that our citizens are given the services that they deserve, that our communities are protected. And so that goes to our work. And I do want to note that with legislative monitoring, we also provide briefings on and summaries and synopsis of any of the draft legislation that has potential to impact the Navajo Nation. And I do want to just note that in the past fiscal year, we did have a change of staff and personnel. Recently, we did have two members join us, and also they have been working on developing their portfolio and learning about the issues more intimately. And so this is just a reminder that our staff, apart from myself, the Deputy Executive Director, Maxine Hillary, we have 3 government and legislative affairs associates. One of those positions is vacant. Those 3 individuals carry 21 portfolios. And those portfolios range from health to social services, to veterans, to housing, to public safety. And so these are very large portfolio matters and issues. And if we were any other office in Washington, D.C., we would probably be 2 to 3 times the size that we would actually need in order to function adequately. And so I'm actually appreciative of the fact that we do have hired outside lobbyists to assist with the tremendous workload that is here. We also were able to keep on track with preparing testimonies and briefings on legislation and appropriations. And then we routinely provide federal notices to the Navajo Nation. And this year was exceptionally demanding with respect to the change in federal administration with President Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris stepping in and their team. It created a lot of work in response to the executive order requiring tribal consultation. We had probably over 100 tribal consultations that we had to participate in and draft comments on behalf of the Navajo Nation and submit them to the individual agencies. And I know that there's been a lot of questions about special duty pay, and our office did not benefit from that. Not a single person within my office received special duty pay. And so I do want to note that even though we were a small team, we stepped up to every single challenge. We ensured that the Navajo Nation was represented here in Washington, D.C. Apart from our ordinary work, we have also been trying to established 11D as our new place of business. And I do want to mention that I did notice the finding from OMB, the legislative concern that all divisions programs have to implement handicap designated areas such as ramps, signage, bathrooms within their budgets across the board. The Navajo Nation Washington office, with the acquisition of 11D, we would have to submit a sizable budget in order to meet that demand. Right now, the building that we have acquired does not have, is not accessible. We would have to probably envision a large renovation, which would be really costly. And we are more than happy to provide that at some point in the future, because we want to ensure that the home of the Navajo people in Washington, D.C. is accessible by all. That is extremely important. I also wanted just to comment about the plan of operations. So it is truly outdated. However, in some of the files that are here at the Navajo Nation Washington office, we came across an old Office of the Attorney General, Department of Justice, and it was a memorandum that was shared to a variety of offices, but basically what it stated was that the enabling statute is a plan of operations for divisions and offices. And so a part of that, one of the former executive directors for the Navajo Nation Washington office back in probably over a decade ago responded, because it seems to me that at some point there was a request that the Navajo Nation Washington office update their plan of operations. And in response to the request that was made by OMB at that time, that they indicated that because of the Attorney General's memorandum, that our enabling statute is our plan of operation. And so, and thus, 2 NNC section 1150 is the Navajo Nation Washington office's enabling legislation and plan of operation. So with respect to the plan of operation, I would like to, we can work with Office of Legislative Counsel as well as NNDOJ just to get a little bit more clarification as to how we can ensure that that if our plan of operation is outdated, we can certainly work in the coming year to bring that up to par. With respect to our budget, overall, I believe that Mr. Bahi's comments and representations of our budget were fairly accurate. Last year, at one point, many of the positions within our office was vacant. As of recently, we have all but one position filled here at the Navajo Nation Washington office. And we look forward to getting that position filled just because it's a key position. It's one of the 3 government and legislative affairs associates. But last year we did have a significant savings with respect to personnel costs. And then also with the impact of COVID-19, we also did not expend the amount allocated to travel. This year, we do anticipate increased costs because of our newly acquired building at 11D. So we have a very large difference. And if you're looking at our budget in contractual service, which is $6,500 from $15,000 to $130,000. So there is a difference of $115,000. And the reason for that increase is, again, to ensure that 11D is properly maintained. So there we had anticipate landscaping, HVAC, plumbing, pest control, and we'll be working with general services who also have a supplemental amount, but we'll be working with them closely to ensure that our home, that the Navajo Nation, that we take care of the home that has been purchased for the Navajo people. Second is I do want to note that there was another line item that we have never had any money in, and that is in capital outlay. For this fiscal year, we have never had any funds in that account. So we allocated 200,000 in the 9,000 series capital outlay. And so the difference is 200,000. And so that, the purpose of that is just to ensure that we can renovate a bathroom. So we allocated $100,000 for that project. We also need new furniture. Last year, the Navajo Nation Washington office was flooded, and so much of our furniture that we did have was ruined. And because we didn't get our amount from our insurance until August of that year, it was returned or redeposited back into general fund, and we were not able to spend it before the end of the fiscal cycle. And so we still need to ensure that we do have furniture for 11D Street. We also included $10,000 for new fixtures. There's a lot of items in the house that we would like to just replace so that it is a little bit more functional. So that is what is included in this year's budget. But as to the other cost series, they are pretty much like very small differences. I hope that responds to some of the questions and some of the commentary that I've heard regarding budgets. And if there's anything else that you would like me to comment on, I'm happy to respond accordingly. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, sponsor, thank you.
With that, Mr. Pro Tem Chair, we yield back to the floor.
Pro Tem?
I'm for that response. Back to
Pro
the
Tem
floor.
Speaker. Pro Tem Speaker? Yeah, thank you, sir. Good ears, Pro Tem. Just thank you to the sponsor of the legislation and to my colleagues and everyone that's listening, and to Ms. Lewis. I just have a question for the Washington office. As far as the chain of command, if council as lawmakers needs help with the Washington office, I know you're under the executive and the president takes precedent, but how much of the council's request is being acknowledged? And so, I've tried to make requests, but I was told that president takes precedence. And even though all the funds is going through council, it was, somewhat disturbing, because in the years past, when we needed help up in the DC office, it was all a teamwork effort. So I'm just curious on the request that, that when we make, how much precedent does it have within the DC office? Or you can be honest too and just say, President Nez is first priority. At least we know. So Pro Temp Speaker, Ms. Lewis, that's my question. Thank you. Reserve time.
You have 5 minutes and 2 seconds reserve time, Chairman Yazzie.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Back to the budget fight on the Naabik'íyáti committee. Further questions, comments?
Pro Tem
Delegate.
Speaker. Delegate Daniel So.
Hey, Che. Chairman
Oh,
So,
Che.
you have the floor.
Oh, Che. Thank you. Honorable Speaker. Do Chicago should announce a case in a codo. Mina, that or Dino Sao, hey, Quaggy, the President and Vice President and Executive Office of Budget Mandate. Okay. Mr. Bahi, though, Ms. Santee Lewis, you made a statement that you didn't receive hazard pay, but in the document that Shemayaja, Ms. Amber Crotty requested on supplemental appropriation, the office, the Washington, Navajo Nation Washington office is listed to have been appropriated special duty pay in the amount of $17,662 to Mr. Bahi, to Ms. Santee Lewis. There seems to be conflicting information, and I would like to achieve some clarity. The document that we got from O&B doesn't talk about whether those funds were expended. And Chairman Pro Tem Hino helped me to with this question, $17,662 that were part of the supplemental appropriations. In Council Resolution CF-11-21. Could we get an expenditure report regarding those supplemental appropriations? And for me, that would answer the question about whether the Washington office used special duty pay. Without a hostile, I may have follow-up once that information is provided. Mr. Bahi, Ms. Lewis. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Daniel So, for those questions. I'll take one more, and then we'll go back to the sponsor. Is there anybody in the queue?
This is Delegate Yellowhair, Chairman.
Okay, so then Delegate Yellowhair, and I heard somebody before that.
Chairman Hanyo, this is Delegate Charleston, and I do have a follow-up question for Ms. Lewis.
Madam Chair, Charles, you have the floor.
Chairman Hanyo. Ms. Lewis, I think that the question posed by Honorable Daniel So is a valid question. I was just looking, I believe it's on CF-11-21, which was just approved in February for special duty pay and hazard pay. Washington, D.C. office is listed in that budget that was sent over to council, and we did vote to approve those funding. So I guess I'm a little bit confused as to how your office is not getting special duty pay or hazard pay. That's my first follow-up. The second one is in regards to the furniture that you mentioned for the Washington, D.C. House/office, can you elaborate a little bit more on the cost that's needed for the furniture? Because we purchased the building, we've given you more money to renovate, and now you're asking for furniture, which is exactly what I argued at the time when the Navajo Nation Washington office was presented to the council. I knew that those things were going to come up, and they seem to be coming up now, but they're coming up kind of in piecemeals right now, as if council or the public is not, I guess in a way to try to maybe trick the people into this, or maybe I should say the people, but trick council into not seeing the full amount. And then I guess my other question would be, what other hidden costs are going to be associated with this house in DC? Because I think for the public, it wasn't well. I guess the public wasn't accepting of this house, especially during a pandemic. So I'm just hoping that I can get some clarification on how much has been spent so far, how much are you requesting again for this budget, and then what other costs are out there that we should be aware of in regards to this house/office. Thank you.
Thank you for that question. Delegate Yellow here, and then after that, I'll go to back to Chairman Damon Delegate Yellow here.
Hello, Yate. Good afternoon, Protect Honorable Henio Head. My phone was dropped, and what account number are we discussing with the under a President's office, a budget operation? That's a question of privilege. All I need to know is what account number are we at? Thank you very much, each one of you, my colleagues. Yeah, go back on mute now. Thank you.
Delegate Dealer here. We're not on certain this unit. We're just pretty much overall talking about the overall budget. Unlike budget hearing, we go by business units. But DA, is just a general overview of all the budgets within the executive branch. So, whichever comes up, that's what we talk about right now.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Yeah.
Chairman, Damon, still there?
Yes.
There's questions. Maybe if you refer back to your agent to help you with these.
Yes, we can do that. With that, let me go back to Mr. Bahi.
Thank you, Speaker. To the questions related to the Navajo Nation Washington office, I'll let Ms. Santi Lewis answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bahi and Mr. Speaker. I do just want to make clear that our general fund budget allocation did not increase or decrease, and we are just simply redistributing what we always have had for this program, and we're just trying to ensure that that we are putting funds where they are most needed. So I know that Delegate Yazzie had a question about the priority of concerns and whether or not we include or consider council's concerns. To the very best of our abilities, we are accountable to both branches of government. We serve the legislative branch and we serve the executive branch, and we see them, our approach to both is not to favor one over the other. And I also want to make clear that I've never made a statement that the president took precedence. I would like to see or hear where that statement was made, because I know for a fact that I've never made that statement. I want to make sure that you guys all know, as our Navajo leaders, this office serves the Navajo government, and we also acknowledge that you serve the people. And so we want to ensure that whatever those concerns are, that we try to advocate for them to the best of our abilities. So please share information. And we have asked for information, and I think that that's what's going to make us better advocates in the long run is when we have the best available information from everyone that we work with. Council Delegate So, you asked about hazard pay. Just in sum, I believe that the money was allocated. However, we had issues internally. From what I understood, this was something that our Deputy Executive Director was leading and charging for our office. And so we just had issues and we encountered them and they could not be resolved by the deadline. And so our documents, from what I understand, were never submitted on time because there was just a lot of confusion. So we still were not able to benefit from the allocation, although I guess thank you for making that a possibility. So I guess our program takes fault in not carrying through for our employees. As far as Delegate Charles Newton's comments, I don't believe that we tricked anybody regarding costs. Again, we are just making a strategic determination on replacing some of our furniture and some of what needs to be here in our office. For many years, I mean, even if you come here and visit, you'll notice that some of our pictures are probably from the 80s. Many of them are cracking. Some of our chairs just weren't safe anymore just from pure use. So even if we didn't acquire 11D, we would still have to make some replacements of just outdated furniture. And then also many of our staff have needs as all Navajo Nation government employees, where we need to ensure that their workspace has ergonomic features, so then that way they are able to do their work in a comfortable atmosphere. So we're just trying to catch up with the times, if you will, and we're just trying to ensure that our workplace is safe and it's comfortable for our employees. And some of this investments in our furniture needed to happen regardless. In terms of anticipated costs, I think we are working with General Services to fully evaluate that. But it's just, but it's nothing, there's nothing extraordinary than what was discussed when we discussed the purchase of 11D. So I don't anticipate anything being new or a surprise, because at that time, we did note that there would be extra maintenance, and we acknowledged that. We acknowledged the age of the building. We also acknowledged that things would have to, that we would see some increase when you become a homeowner or when you own a building. There's additional maintenance that has to occur. But also, I think that over time, like when our lease ends in 2022 and we're not having to pay over $25,000 per month in rent, hopefully we'll see those savings returned in years to come. So I hope that answers those questions. Thank you.
Thank you for that response. Back to
point of privilege, Delegate Crotty.
Point of privilege.
Thank you, Pro Tem. If we could keep the decorum of the committee, and if you're not speaking, to mute the line. I think that big sigh was disrespectful in the process. Thank you, Pro Tem.
Thank you for that reminder.
for the decorum. As we all know, we are in a setting where we need to be respectful to one another, even the outside public that's listening in. If you wish to please be respectful. If you wish to remain on the line, otherwise our staff would identify whose number that was and block them out. So with that, back to the committee, Shinanta, Naabik'íyáti committee. Any further questions, comments? Tanoya, with that, I'm going once.
Pro Tem Henyo, this is Delegate Crotty with the question, please.
Shinanda, Delegate Member Naabik'íyáti, and then after that, Shinanda, Eugene. So, Delegate Crotty, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you. And I appreciate the answers and questions from the committee and from the agents, and thank you, sponsor, Speaker Damon. Pro Tem, my question is regarding the plan of operation with the Washington office. If we could get clarification, if the legislation itself or the resolution, excuse me, was if there was an opinion. I'm not sure if that was a memo or in the archives there's some documentation that that's the plan of operation. And I think then what could be our options as a committee to be in compliance? Maybe there needs to be revisions or modifications, because I do hear from my colleagues in terms of the relationship with Navajo Nation Council. So there may be opportunity for amendments to that resolution, but I would need some guidance from our legislative council on how we could move forward so that we can have an updated either plan of operation or amending that resolution. Thank you, Pro Tem.
Thank you for those questions. I defer back to Speaker Damon. He will defer that question to Legislative Council. I'll take one more committee member, Shinata. Delegate Eugene So.
Hello, I hope if there's no translator in the Washington office, maybe somebody can translate. Thank you. This legislative concern, please conduct now. Then read the car. I okay. ID code now. It's in the wheelchair of that G. What I that it's across the Navajo Nation, there's no how they tell it or if the message used done so yet or what the hell they're not based on this now across the these oversight committees hearing budget hearing. So the Trump has told the we got meetings other places too, so we can't really hear all the oversight. So it is what the during the debate for the purchase of the Washington building, I don't that's the this is the problem, this is issue, concern, what the whole it was already wrapped up and put a bow tie on with a bow on it. And we felt that it was really good. I didn't know it's cake on the I guess I hot out now that it's we're seeing different now. We're hearing different. It needs money to run it, and I hope it don't fall on us. I'll say what that's though. I think another situation. I don't I feel that like Mr. Shina and Daniel so regards to the special duty pay. I feel that you need to put it in writing what you just said. So it should be so this 17,667. Yeah, verify with the document that way. Could only oriented that it was given to you. I didn't know verbally other either. So that needs to be on record. Should I indicate on that regards? I don't. As he said that, I'm still waiting to meet with the United States President Joe Biden. Let him know I matter too. Need to sit down with him and discuss the third world country, my people. She's asked to the things as an old man to an old man. I want to tell him what's really going on here. Where is it now? What's the status on it? I'm not just speaking. I'm not just kidding you guys. I need to meet up with that guy and sit down with him. It's an urgent. Right now. So it needs more than that. But I want to sit down with him and discuss this with him. Want him to hear from my voice. I don't want to wait till another year because the term is already going on. Our terms are going out. These kids are Christian, and I said this a long time. As a Christian, so in that regards, thank you. I don't sit in the house now. I'll tell you.
Okay, Lashmanta. Delegate Eugene So, the night Miss Kidigi. But this, Speaker Damon, could I defer back to you through your agents for response?
Thank you very much, Chairman Hinu, or actually Pro Tem Chair, and thank you to the questions. Let me go back to Mr. Bahi, but before I go to Mr. Bahi, let me refer to Office Legislative Counsel because I think there was some questions directed at them, and then I'll go back to Mr. Bahi. So, Ledge Counsel.
Thank you, Speaker. This is Ms. Bobroff. I believe the question to Legislative Council centered around amending the Washington office's plan of operation. I do not have the memoranda from the Department of Justice that Ms. Lewis was speaking about, but I will get my hands on that. Then my office can sit down with the Department of Justice and make an evaluation as whether the Washington office's plan of operation in the first instance is up to date, which Ms. Sante believes that that's what the Department of Justice determined. But if it is time to update the plan of operation for Washington office, Legislative Council can work with both them, the Washington office, and their legal counsel to prepare legislation and make that available for sponsorship. Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem and Madam Crotty.
Thank you very much. I guess we can go back to further for clarity on some of the questions to Mr. Bahi. Mr. Bahi?
Thank you, Speaker Damon. For the questions posed by Delegate Eugene So, we'll refer those back to the Navajo and Washington office. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bahi and Mr. Speaker. With Delegate So's question regarding accessibility at the Navajo Nation Washington office, we will work with the Division of General Services to complete an evaluation to determine the cost of what it would take in order to make our offices accessible. We do want to make sure that our elders who get around via wheelchair or those who even have like mobility issues, that we try to make sure that they can walk around their home. So we will definitely work with that and try to address Legislative Council's concern. With his second comment regarding the 11D Street Southeast, I recognize your concerns. I think that they were very similar to the ones that I previously addressed. Again, I think that that we are working to ensure that that we have proper maintenance contracts in place to ensure the upkeep of this home, and this will also help ensure that that costs don't just skyrocket. Right now, just because we have a landlord, that cost is built into our rent. And so I don't know how much that is. I just know that we pay over $25,000 a month. And we know that we completed the cost analysis, and that was completed by the Office of the Controller. And with that assessment in mind, and also looking at the future of the Navajo Nation Washington office, those were considered by council. And I would really urge you to consider the deliberation that had happened at that time and what this office represents and what it means for the future. I know right now it may be frustrating to know that there is a little bit of increased maintenance costs. However, that's something that we will ensure that well, at that time, I remember saying that I am going to do my best to ensure that we are prudent, that we keep costs down, and that we try to negotiate the best costs or the best service agreements for this office and for the Navajo Nation, because we want to just recognize that that we do have to be good financial stewards. And so we will try to keep those costs down. We will, continue working with the Department of General Services as it relates to maintenance of 11D Street Southeast. Thank you, Mr. Bahi, and Mr. Speaker, back to you.
Thank you, Ms. Lewis. With that, Mr. Pro Tem Chair, we'll go ahead and yield back to the floor.
I'll continue for that response. Back to the floor. Any further questions, comments?
Eugene So.
Eugene So, you have the floor.
Again, I was not answered back with regards to my meeting with Joe Biden, the President of the United States. Where's the status? What's the status on it? Thank you.
You might need to press *6, Chairman Pro Tem.
Okay, I'm back. I'm sorry. I am. Okay, so Delegate Eugene So has had a question, and he needs a direct response. Back to Chairman Damon.
Thank you. I'll return back to Mr. Christopher Bahi and his team there for that response.
Thank you, Speaker. Ms. Lewis, if you can respond to Delegate So's question.
Mr. Bahi, Mr. Speaker, thank you. And Delegate, so sorry for not answering your question. When you first requested the meeting, we sent an email to you asking just a little bit more information about the purpose of the meeting and what you had wanted to discuss, because we wanted to draft a letter that would then be sent to the president's office. And I'll try to find the email. I believe that we also had included your LA. So let us do some digging, and I'll try to find that. But if we can have that conversation, and I will follow up offline with you to ensure that request is completed and carried through. So I'm sorry for the delay and for not following up, but we will follow up. Thank you. Mr. Bahi and Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lewis, for that response. Though back to Naabik'íyáti Committee, Shinanta. Any further questions or comments?
Chairman Henyo, this is Delegate Crotty.
You have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Mr. Bahi, I wanted to ask a question regarding actions by the Office of the President and Vice President. When the budget resolution was passed, there was multiple line item vetoes to that legislation. It included line item vetoes to the Budget and Finance Committee, which in my opinion was retaliatory based on some of the actions taken by the committee to keep the budget in order and to comply with Navajo Nation law. I'm looking at the executive offices, and I think what I wanted to raise that that type of behavior and action only sets us back in terms of leadership, and that type of action from the office continues to create discord. And I think the way that the line item vetoes were that approach, and then subsequently the supplemental. And so I do want to state for the record that the Office of the President and Vice President received supplemental, and the Executive Office received supplemental from that UUFB request restoring those line item vetoes. And that was made by amendment on the council floor. And the reason why I'm stating this to the committee and during this budget deliberation is there has been additional line item vetoes from council resolutions, and they were all requests for important water projects and dirt road projects. And in reading the memos, it was stated because they were added to the legislation. And so I would like to see consistency from the office, or it's just staff, because this is their budget, where the staff or the analysis and the actions is what we're discussing here at the committee level. Is if the Office of the President and Vice President is going to benefit from supplementals made through amendment, then our people should benefit through amendments made for their water projects and for their dirt road rehabilitation. And so I'd like to get your comments as I look at this budget, and I see that where there's opportunities for, or maybe there's over allocation in this budget, and how can we make sure that our Navajo Nation people are directly benefiting from this budget. My second question is looking at Executive Protection Office. There is a need, a cry from our communities for increased public safety. If the council, maybe this is a question for Legislative Council, if agreed, and does the council, can we waive the language that requires executive protection services and provide that funding or provide those officers to the different agencies to assist with public safety enforcement? I know in Northern Agency, we're still having a lot of challenges when it comes to the hemp production, and we're also having a lot of challenges when it comes to the violence in our communities and assisting families when it comes to our missing relatives. So one of the other areas that were line item vetoed was the development of a missing persons unit. And so I'd like to get an update on where the executive offices are, because that was a legislative concern. And so I'd appreciate those answers. Thank you, Pro Tem Henyo.
Christine Ganla for the questions. One more committee member, then I'll defer back to you, the sponsor. Any further questions, comments, committee members? Naabik'íyáti.
This is Delegate Gay. Henyo.
Shalanda. Delegate Elmer P. Gay, you have the floor.
Okay, Silsila Chair Henyo. I don't know Chair Speaker. Other members of the Naabik'íyáti committee, and also the presenters. I have questions. I'm trying to understand, that during the budget hearings, what the departments, and then as far as the three branch government, what's the plan? What do we have plans? What are we striving for? Because we already went through 2 years, and this is our third year coming up again. So I was thinking about it that I know that my sister Delegate Crowdy just mentioned it regarding some of these line item vetoes on the southwest part of the reservation. That during the last year budget, we got some the council approved it. Funding appropriation for roundup for this. It didn't came up from the council. It came from the grazing official, the District 7, including the grazing official within the Navajo Land Commission. Part of it is HPL and NPL. These are the grazing officials that requested to have the roundup because of the drought. But during that time, we know that there was a line item veto because there's no money for roundup and things like that. So, and that that's our plan here on the council is that we wanted to address some drought before it gets worse. But there was a plan. So that's what I mean. But what's the OPVP executive branch's main plan? And then also within the outcome too, there's a development. I've been bringing this up that there's economic development that's potential there, and we set aside some funding for improving the roads. How do we improve the roads? We even want to have a roundabout there. And then also we have some safety corridors to put up more lights there. So I know that this hospital will be in operation 24/7. So there'll be pedestrians walking around. And we need some safety corridors there. That's the reason why the council appropriated some funds for us. But then it was line item veto. So now this hospital will be coming up. It's going to be construction completed in December. So what kind of plans do you have for this community? So that's one of the reasons why I was asking, what's your plan? What kind of development are you looking at? So I know that the council have a plan, they're trying to address some of these issues beforehand. So that's what I wanted to hear too, Chair Henio. Thank you.
Kashina, enough for those questions. Back to you, Sunanda. So to next speaker, Damon. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Chairman Henio. And thank you very much to those questions from members of the Naabik'íyáti committee. Let me go back to Mr. Bahi to clarify and then maybe a response and then further detail, maybe from some of the staff that he has represented with him on the phone. Mr. Bahi?
Thank you for that, Speaker Damon. And in response to the questions posed by Delegate Karate, I'll be sure to share your concerns with the president. I know these types of questions have come up before, and the president is aware of the council's position on the line item veto, along with his responses in the in the individual letters when he does use the line item veto to the council. The position of our office is we just try to keep the budgets balanced in terms of both projects and, of course, those go into direct services with the Navajo people. So on any questions on any future line items, like I said, I will share your concerns with the president. We do have several staff on the call, as well as myself, that are taking notes, and we can possibly set up a meeting separately with you to see if we can give you a better update on that, or see if there's any what word would I use here? If there's any compromise in future proposals that are coming through for supplemental funding, to where the line item veto can be minimally used. But a lot of that, of course, would come up in questions when the bills go before any of the standing committees or any prior meetings. On the executive branch side, we know we have the individual supplemental budget requests that go through following the procedure outlined within the BIM, the budget instruction manual, each year. So following those procedures, I think we can plan and meet better in the future when there's supplemental funding requests, especially when it comes from programs on the executive branch side. To address your question related to the missing persons unit, I know that portion under the Division of Public Safety is a question that the president himself has addressed to Mr. Delmar, requesting updates on that missing persons unit. I know they were working on developing it. That was the reason why it was line item vetoed, was because that was already addressed within the Nahat'a plan that the president was wanting the division to establish. So if it's okay with you, we can get a written report to the committee, including Delegate Karate. I'm not sure if that question was brought up by the Law and Order Committee during their budget hearings with public safety, but we can have Mr. Delmar provide a written response to that question specifically. And we can send that hopefully before the end of the day. So thank you for those questions and those concerns, Delegate Karate. To the next question by Delegate Elmer Begay. Thank you for the questions again. And your question basically with the hearing is, what's the plan? The Office of the President and Vice President in 2019 established the Nahat'a plan, and a majority of our projects, the majority of our funding go based on that plan. That's what we constantly remind our division directors if they have questions in regards to where their divisions should be leading. We refer back to that. The plan was generated pretty much based up off of community meetings that the president and the vice president had with the public throughout the 2018 year. And from those meetings, several concerns came directly from constituents themselves in the various chapters. And from that, that's how we drew up the plan with the Nahat'a plan that was put together. And that's been shared constantly with both our divisions, I believe with the council, and with the, it's available to the public as well. So that is online. If you have questions, your questions that go specific to the Southwest region on the roundup, on the roads, and on the safety lights, I think a majority of those we can meet on separately with the Division of Natural Resources for the Roundup and the Division of Transportation. Some of those, of course, could be projects that are already being spearheaded right now. If not, then those might require supplemental requests, or there might be federal or state funds available to fund those projects. I know the majority of these will require funding, and if we can get state or federal funds to utilize that over our Navajo general funds, that usually is the route we'd prefer to go, but it does require work applying for grants, and especially the planning and the design phase for those projects would bring us back to NDOT. So your question on Roundup, our office is aware of several Roundup issues aside from just the Southwest region. So a lot of those are assigned back to Dr. Shabala, since the Rangers, the Department of Agriculture fall under the Division of Natural Resources. So aside from that, Speaker, I think I answered the questions. If we can go back. Thank you.
Thank you for that response. So back to budget Naabik'íyáti committee. Any further questions?
Chair Hino, this is Delegate Gagan. A follow-up question.
Follow-up question? Yep.
Yeah, no, to let Chris Bahi, Yate. I think we're looking for maybe market studies or any economic development analysis studies from the economic development. If this can be we know that there's going to be a $42 million generating payroll checks yearly when the hospital becomes in operation. So where are they going to go? We need some studies. We've been bringing this up for I don't know how many, several years now. So I think we're looking at that studies. We want to look at the plan. So I don't know that for the drought too. I know that there's a drought plan out there, but it doesn't address anything what the situation is today. So I think we need to look more into, just like I said, we depend on grazing officials. They're the one that's out there. They're the one that's giving us an idea of what needs to be done today regarding the access, or a lot of animals that are out there. There are feral horses or animals that are out there. So even so I think we need to. That's where we had those plans coming in from where the council approved it for us. So there, So I think we need more definite plan to look at it. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Response to the follow-up?
Thank you, Pro Temp Chair. Delegate Begay, your comments were noted, and I will share them with the President, and we'll work with the Division Director for Economic Development, Mr. J.T. Willie, for that market study. We can see that he can schedule a side meeting with you, if possible, to see what specific needs and what ideas you and your team might have. As far as what the Southwest region and as a whole, I know the President does. We strongly encourage the chapters, if they pass resolutions for what they need, to send copies of them to our office. The majority of them do, and the President has been very active at the local level with the chapters. As most of you know, he has done infrastructure meetings regarding the American Rescue Plan Act funds with various chapters throughout the Navajo Nation. And prior to that, he does attend meetings that he's invited to if needed. So if there's any specific chapter resolutions that you might have for some of the chapters in your region, Delegate Begay, it'd be nice. It'd be appreciated if you can send some of those over to us to address some of these these concerns related to the animals, to the droughts, and especially with the economic development. We can get copies of those that will help back up any future plans and any future requests, whether it be for supplemental funding or for funding through the states and the federal agencies if needed. A lot of that, again, we can tie that back into where it is in the Nahat plan, where they are within the future ARPA funds, and even possibly the CSN funds. Again, it will require a lot of planning. It'll require a lot of collaboration and working together between not just the legislative and executive branch, but of course the various entities like economic development, EPA, and most importantly, the local communities in the Southwest region. So thank you for the comment, Delegate BA.
Thank you, Anna, for that response. Back to the Naabik'íyáti Committee. Further questions, comments regarding this legislation?
Pro Tem Chair Hideo, this is Delegate Crotty.
Shinada, you have the floor.
Thank you, Pro Tem. Appreciate the response, Mr. Bahi. I didn't hear regarding the law enforcement section. I do know by law there's a requirement to have executive protection services. I did ask if that provision was waived, if there was a willingness or some collaboration to reassign those officers out to the different agencies to help with public safety. And so I think in terms of response to the missing persons unit, the office of the First Lady, there's a work team developed, and so I've been to the November meeting, August, November, and March. So it's been 5 months that I've been invited to a meeting. And that's when we were working with the federal partners at our FBI on this coordinated plan on how to address missing persons for the protocol. And so that's why I'm asking the questions during this budget time. I know Law and Order went over public safety, but the office of the First Lady has been identified to coordinate these conversations. So I want to know, in terms of our conversation last March, we did create some follow-ups and strategies. I just have not seen them implemented. So at this point, I need, I don't know if a COA is in order or a legislative concern, because the nation does need to implement the process in a coordinated response when it comes to missing persons, because that's going to require tribal, state, county, and a federal response, and most importantly, how we're going to provide services to the families who are searching. So I'd like to ask that question since we've been working with the office of the First Lady on that. Thank you, Chairman Henio. Oh, I'm sorry. And my third question was Budget and Finance has had a very interesting week on technical issues regarding the budget process. Can you please enlighten us in the executive office who was part of the budget team who passed the budgets, because there was issues with the fixed cost definitions, and we've actually had to create waiver language for the Personal Lapse Savings Fund to recommend to council on how programs were allocated their GWA. So it was not, the process was not clear and clean cut. And so I'd like to know, in terms of, I'm going to raise that as a legislative concern, because I think for each of the branches, there should have been a process on how it's restricted funds, IDCs, restricted funds, fixed costs are restricted funds, and it took a lot of time and energy from the committee. So I think that bears mention in terms of that insight and what we could do to do better for the next budget season. Thank you, Pro Tem Henio.
Agustin, again, thank you for those questions. I'll defer back to Chairman Damon.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Pro Tem. And thank you, Madam Chair and McCarty, for those questions. Let me turn that back over to Mr. Bahi for clarity.
Thank you,
And
Speaker.
response.
Thank you, Speaker. And thank you, Delegate Crotty, for the questions. And I apologize for skipping over the question on the Executive Protection Service Program. I'll answer that question first. So the Executive Protection Program, again, the proposed budget this year is $507,000. Of course, that includes the, $507,361. And that budget includes, of course, like you mentioned, the GWA allocation. These are regular status employees. There's 5 of them with the title of a police officer. As far as I know, their positions and their plan of operation and their program were established in the early 90s, most specifically, I think 1995. Of course, the purpose of their program was to ensure the health, welfare, and safety of the Navajo Nation president, vice president, their immediate family members, and visiting dignitaries. And with their program, the application of the objective is to the availability of general funds of the Navajo Nation. I know their budget, the questions and the purpose of their program has come up, if not every budget season, every other budget season. And although it does have the provision based on the availability of general funds, I believe the need for the program is still there. I don't think the safety of the president and vice president being the highest elected offices in the nation, and for the largest tribal nation in the country, both have a high profile in terms of being among the public on and off the Navajo Nation. I know we get into questions of the need for the police officers versus the needs of the Navajo, I guess the safety of the Navajo people related to the regular police officers under the Division of Public Safety. Of course, aside from the funding differences of the 638 officers, these 5 officers are completely funded by the general fund. These officers also have a extensive tour of duty related to the working hours from our office and specifically the president and vice president. They've, in my experience with them, in both in my tenure here, they go above and beyond their regular duties here at the office and go far above and beyond just merely assisting the president. Protecting the president and the vice president. With their certifications as a certified police officers with the state and the Navajo, Arizona, and New Mexico post, they are sometimes they work closely with the Division of Public Safety in keeping up with, of course, any threats that come to the office, with visiting dignitaries such as senators, or even with the recent visit of First Lady Jill Biden, Dr. Jill Biden. They work closely with those federal agencies, whether it be Secret Service, whether it be FBI, or other tribal nations. When we work together, I know they work closely with those federal agencies to meet the security standards for those those high-profile visiting dignitaries. And they also made that connection back with the Division of Public Safety to establish those safety plans when needed here. That doesn't necessarily mean that they're always every minute with the president. The president has assigned them several times last year during the height of the pandemic when roadblocks were set up. They did assist the Division of Public Safety, the Division of Transportation in some of those road closures, some of those checkpoints in the public, not just in Winter Rock, but in other areas. I believe there was some that were held in Chinle, some in Shiprock. Again, we don't necessarily always compensate them for their hours. Like I said, based on their tour duty. It's been fairly recent in the past 2 to 3 years, at least under this administration, that we've been budgeting for the overtime and for some holiday pay when they do work. Prior to that, that wasn't always made available to them. And if I recall correctly, that did come at the recommendation of the council back when we were doing the budgets for FY 2020. The officers keep up with their training. They keep up with their required trainings with the state and the Navajo Nation. And those are all reflected in their Form 2s. At times, they've been a very important part of our team here at the office. As you may know, the world is changing, whether it be cybersecurity with threats by email, with threats by the phone that we've received in our office, and the protection of the president and vice president is their primary duty. And in the changing world, and with the increase of social media usage, cellular phones with photos that you can tell where anyone is at almost at any minute. And we take any threat to the president and vice president in our office seriously. That's not to say that that's not to say that our office gets threats every day, but it has happened. We've had people physically come to the office, especially with the increase in viewership for the public being more involved in the local government. Some frustrations have been let out, especially during the pandemic, for the safety of the president and the vice president. Threats varying from intense harm, kidnapping, or even the worst, of course, threatening to come to the office and do harm to the staff as well. So I would strongly advocate that the Office of Executive Protection Services is needed. They do go above and beyond their work. We strongly advocate that any law that creates their program not be waived. And remember that this is one office that does not change out. It's not they're not politically appointed positions. They have to qualify. They have to meet certain standards as a police officer, and they have to maintain those throughout their employment, whether it be here or if they were to go back to the Division of Public Safety as patrol officers. So moving on, Delegate Crotty had the question on the Office of the First Lady related to the Missing Persons Unit, related to meetings they had with the work group established by our office. And I do have Miss Naabik'íyáti on the line from the Office of the First Lady. She can address some of those questions related to the previous meetings that you attended and some of the concerns related to those plans and strategic planning. Thank you.
Thank you for that response. So back to the Naabik'íyáti Committee. Any further questions, comments?
Pro Tem, I was waiting for the response from Ms. Begay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Chairman Damon, and further response from another one of your agents?
Thank you very much. I guess we'll turn that back over to Mr. Bahi and see if Ms. Begay is available.
Yaate, she Sani Begay, and she had Twitch eating Nishla, Hanagati, Washington Kiani, the Shichado, as a London National, Ada, Hand, Dishney. Thank you, Speaker, Pro Tem Speaker, and Delegate Crotty, Shada. Thank you for that question. You had mentioned previously attending meetings, which is true. And as far as the work group, the internal OPVP, Denen Hik A Nestling work group, First Lady Nez and Second Lady Eliza do co-chair that work group. And so in lieu of the scheduled work group meetings we've been having, we've been meeting with Navajo Nation DPS, Mr. Delmar and his staff, along with Arizona's MMIP coordinator, Mr. Anthony Garcia. And he has come out and joined us a couple of times and a few times online. And we began looking at developing steps for developing a tribal community response plan, TCRP. And with that, there are a lot of details that go into that. And so with that, Mr. Garcia has been kind enough to lead us in that discussion and share information in regarding the development of a TCRP for Navajo. Again, we are collaborating and working with Mr. Jesse Delmar and his team at NNDPS. And so with that, there's been discussion on the need to develop subcommittees to begin the development of the TCRP. And so right now, 4 subcommittees have been identified for each guide. One guide is for law enforcement, another guide is for media and public communication, another guide is for community outreach, and the 4th guide is for victim services. So right now those meetings are continuing, and so that is the extent to our meetings for the development of a TCRP under the OPVP work group. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that response, Mr. Gay. So with that, back to the committee. Naabik'íyáti committee. Any further questions, comments?
Delegate Freeland.
Delegate Freeland, you have the floor.
Thank you, Shana, committee members and staff, Mr. Bahi and Speaker Damon. Thank you for the very important discussion. I wanted to make a comment in relation to the Washington office and Ms. Lewis and her team. I wanted to, first of all, say thank you for having Senator Lujan come to not Disley when you put that all together at that time, and we did meet with him related to Chaco Canyon. A very good dialogue and discussion that we had, and it was a very important discussion, of course, with leadership and as well as the law-tees. That was a very productive meeting, I thought. And then the visit with Undersecretary Newland to Crown Point. Once again, the law-tees were there, and of course, the leadership discussion was there. So we all appreciate what you all do as far as bringing these very important individuals to the nation, and especially having them hear directly from our people. I thought that was so important, and we look forward to further meetings and further discussions related to what we had brought up. But I think those were very well put together meetings and discussions for leadership. And yes, it can get better. We can learn from these meetings, but it was a good indication as to where the direction was going, especially when you have a U.S. senator come and visit a school that's under construction, or you have a undersecretary that visits even a BIE federally operated school, but more importantly, listens to leadership and listens to people directly. we all appreciate those two very important meetings that you all worked in setting up. So thank you, Santee, for that. We're gonna need your help a lot more of Eastern Navajo. I'm gonna ask for your assistance in Te'ai Community School. They deserve a new school. They deserve a gymnasium. Kids are playing basketball on the blacktop. PE classes being held on the blacktop. There's no gymnasium there, and 90% of that school is portable and built in 1934. There's some very historical buildings there too. So that's one thing I'm going to advocate strongly for is the need for a new school at Te'ai community, our Standing Rock community. There was some distinction in the past between Standing Rock Sioux and Standing Rock Chapter, and we really need to hound the BIE on this. So definitely going to ask for your help on that. The other one is, of course, in relation to who is in charge or who is calling the shots with BLM. Previously, with the Obama administration, working with the BLM was a lot easier, and then things changed with the Trump administration. Acknowledgments and approvals were once handled at the Farmington office. As far as right-of-ways are concerned, that was taken and changed during the Trump administration to the DC level. Now, with the current Biden administration, who's making that determination? Will it be Farmington or will it be DC? We have a lot of projects out in Eastern Navajo, of course, that will be going through BLM, and we need to find out, because once ARPA starts, once we start getting water lines laid out or power lines laid out, we're going to be crossing through BLM land. So definitely, if there's a way to find that out as well. So Chairman, I just wanted to make a comment in relation to that, and of course say thank you to the Washington office. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Shinanta, Delegate Freeland, for those comments. Any further questions, comments, committee members? Tenoya, I'll defer back to the sponsor for feedback regarding the comments. Speaker David.
Thank you. Let me go back to Mr. Bahi for follow up, and then possibly the recommendation if there's no more comments for closeout.
Thank you again, Speaker, and thank you, Delegate Freeland, for the comments. We appreciate them. We hear you, and we'll definitely share this with the President. It's our third year here on both sides, and I think just continuing to work together to achieve those goals for the entire Navajo Nation will be beneficial. And I know some of those comments did go to the Navajo Nation Washington office, so I'll go ahead and let Santee also respond, but I just wanted to share with you that from the Office of the President or Vice President's side, we also heard those and acknowledge. Thank you. Ms. Lewis?
Mr. Speaker and Mr. Bahi, thank you. Delegate Freeland, thank you for your comments and those words. It's very encouraging for our staff to hear that. I know that we work very, very long days here, so I'll make sure that your statements are shared with them. With respect to BLM, I do want to propose that the two branches, and we'd be more than happy to draft the letter so that this is elevated and brought to the attention of DOI. I know that one of the items that has been on our plate is to ensure that the comments that were made to the Deputy Assistant Secretary were drafted. We still need to ensure that that letter gets to now Assistant Secretary Brian Newland I believe that when he visited, he was the principal deputy assistant secretary, and he was confirmed this past weekend. And so now, as assistant secretary, he will have the authority to take proper action. So we'll make sure that this also becomes a part of it. And we hope to have that letter drafted for Navajo leadership to sign next week, and then that way we can send it to the Department of Interior. So that's my proposed action is just to include it in that letter that was planned to be drafted. Apart from that, we will continue to work with our federal partners to ensure that they come out to Navajo, that they hear our concerns. And really, we want to ensure that those conversations happen at the leadership level. So thank you to all of each and every one of you of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, your leadership, your representation, and just to continue supporting our Navajo people. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, we'll go back to the floor, Chairman.
Appreciate you for that response. Naabik'íyáti committee, I think we need to wrap this up, as we have many more legislations that we need to move on. So with this, if there are no further questions or comments, I'll call for the question.
Vice Chair Smith,
you have the floor.
Thank you. I thought we were going to go through each department, and I was waiting patiently. Chair Henio and committee members, thank you. I was concerned about the legislative concern and what I brought up earlier, and I wanted to get some answers on that. And I do represent the portion of that Little Silversmith and East Mill and the housings and the concerns that's always on the table, but it seems like Dendoitzada. And the other one too is we just passed the recent legislation on 0122-21. I know that it's in the hands of the President Biden, and I heard Shinai talk about him wanting to visit with Mr. Biden. I'd like to be included in that because we do need a commissioner at the helm of the Office of Navajo Indian Relocation. These are the concerns, these are the problems that we're faced, and we're going to continue to face them without a commissioner. And the other one too is on the executive side, budget for public safety. I know that it was passed here a few years ago regarding the contract for an officer to be stationed down in Newlands on the that little substation. And seeing is believing. So I heard it 3 years ago, going on the 4th year here, saying yes, Vice Chair, you'll get a police officer. Yes, Chair, Vice Chair, you'll get one. You'll have officers there. The other concern too is Shanda. We were down in Twin Arrows, and they built a nice facility over there. So, there's no police officer down there either, and maybe we should just convert that building into a conference room for council to utilize and to meet down there, and nobody's using that building. So those are my comments, Chair Henio. I don't know if I'll get an answer, or I know that I was wanting to hear how we're going to facilitate that. And there's a lot of concerns in Navajo Hopi Land Commission, and why are they rated at a 1.68? I know COVID-19 is always the basis of it, and the COVID-19 has take precedence over this and that, but it seems like more and more people are moving about and wearing masks and
trying to coordinate their business as they have been vaccinated and with that, Iggy. So we got another fiscal year coming up, 2022, in behalf of that. And I know that BNF budget hearing was really looking at each cost and each avenue of cost saving, because every time I see the president write a letter saying we need to tighten our belt, so I think BNF is trying to assist that in tightening the belt. But however, when we do pass the comprehensive budget, it's always in the mix of being line item veto, and then we go back and then we try to request that the council be allowed to utilize their funding. And so those are my concerns, Chair Henio and Speaker Damon, Chairman Damon, for this legislation. I know that any budget hearing, there's usually the oath, and we go through each one meticulously. And I guess that's why there was a lot of point of order and all that was brought forth. Shananta, thank you for letting me speak on that. I hope I can hear some positive answers regarding the Office of Navajo Indian Relocation dilemmas, no police down there. And also, too, Shananta, I want to put this in front of you, too. The fire department down there at Perco Valley is charging our people. And Apache County has wrote them a letter, fire department. This is not Navajo Nation Fire Department. This is the fire department that's sponsored by the state of Arizona. And it was provided a letter from Apache County attorney, Mr. Whiting. He says, cease and desist and charging people. And the people call in and they ask for fire services and they get a big bill. And yet they're still doing that to this day. So that's why I'm really hoping that we can get a commissioner established so that we can have our own fire department over there, rather than having a fire department that wants to charge for every time there's a fire. They don't charge the other Apache County constituents. I think it's a little bit, I brought this to the AG and I brought this concern to them, and I haven't heard anything yet. So, I just want to bring that up since we're on Naabik'íyáti. Thank you, Chair Henio. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Vice Chair Smith, for those remarks, I believe. At the beginning of this legislation, there was opportunity to move towards that budget hearing mode, but I didn't hear anything, so we continue with this regular, normal debate on this legislation. Any further questions or comments, committee members? I'll defer back to Speaker Damon for response to Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you very much. With that, let me go ahead and refer back to Mr. Bahi.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, Pro-Tem Chair and Vice Chair, for the question. I do have Mr. Robert Black on the line from the Navajo Land Commission Office to address the legislative concerns and the questions related to Little Smith and the other community. Thanks. Mr. Black?
Chair, this is Robert Black.
Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. Good afternoon, honorable delegates.
of Nomination 24th Council, and then also Chair Henyo, and then also Vice Chair Smith, and then also Speaker, and then all the delegates that are in attendance. First of all, I'd like to say that on the number LC number 13 and LC number 14 for the conditions appropriations, I'd like to apologize to the council and to Vice Chair Smith that it was oversight on my part to submit the report. So I'd like to submit that report as soon as possible, if permissible, so that I can get the answers back to the council. And then also on with LC number 14, 8031, also can provide that report to the council, and this is in light of the funding that it received. And then for the other, I think what pertains to us is LC number 23, the Navajo Land Commission's facilities for, I guess, as far as handicap ramps, which are installed. So we are in compliance with receiving people who are of limitations. So I'd like to relay that on to the council. And if there's any more questions, I guess I can answer those questions directly right now. But for the most part, I can submit my reports to the council and OMB within the next week, if that's okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
We can yield back to the floor, Chairman. Mr. Pro Tem Chair.
Christian, the other part of the question was public safety for Nahatapsil area. Can we provide a response?
Bahi? Well, if that's continuing on with Mr. Black, or if maybe you have Mr. Delmar on.
Thank you, Speaker. And thank you for the reminder, Chair. What we can do for Delegate Smith is we can get a written report. I know there's been reports submitted to the President indicating that there is a presence of police officers in the Nahatapsil area. And if that conflicts with the information that Delegate Smith has, we can definitely figure out what's going on. But with that, we can get a written report as well. I did also mention that Mr. Delmar would do a written update on the missing persons unit to Delegate Carty, so we'll make that too. Thank you, and I hope that's acceptable, Delegate Smith.
Okay, thank you for that response. Back to Naabik'íyáti Committee. Any further questions or comments?
Ms. Vice Chair Smith,
Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you, Chair Henyo and Mr. Bahi for responding back. However, to this day, there's nothing. But then, haven't heard a report. Haven't heard and the other concern too is with shootings going on down there. Commissioners reported that, word on it, fired upon, and he called for the two. So he responds to it. So how can they say that there's an officer available? They call and they ask for help, and there's no immediate response. There's an officer there to be response in due time.
And also, too, there's concerns of animals, bugs attacking livestock out there. That's why I'm really pushing this Office of Navajo Indian Commissioner as soon as possible, because we need a commissioner down there. And I appreciate the fact that Naabik'íyáti has passed that legislation. That's why I said when the North Navajo Washington office sets up a meeting, I'd like to be present and bring that concern to Mr. Biden or his staff on behalf of what we're facing for the 1974, so that we can get promises that were given to the relocatees. Appreciate it. Thank you. I hope we can move forward.
Vice Chair Smith, are you still there?
Yes, I'm done, Chair Henio. I'm done. I
Okay.
appreciate it.
Okay, you trailed off at the end. That's why I was asking. Any further questions or comments, Naabik'íyáti committee members? Tanoya, defer back to Sutsule. Chairman Damon, or a response from the agent?
I think it was just more of a comment, Chairman, to work together with the agency or with the division. And the response was that we will get that, or Mr. Bahi will work together to get a response back to a formal written response to Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you. Thank you for that. With that, committee members, any further questions, comments? Tanoya, I'll call for the question.
Chairman Henyo, this is Delegate Crotty. I have an amendment.
The amendment, has it been sent to Mr. Rico?
I'm not sure if that's a question for me, Chairman or Pro Tem Chair Henyo. It has been sent.
Okay. Mr. Rico, do you have the amendment?
Chairman Pro Tem, would this be a COA, Madam Chair Crotty?
Pro Tem Henyo, yes. There will be two amendments, and the first amendment will be the COA. Thank you.
So we do have a condition of appropriations as an amendment. With that, before I recognize the motion and second, Emmanuel, you would read the condition of appropriation to the record.
Thank you, Chairman Pro Tem. Amendment number 1, proposed COA 1, add the following COA to Exhibit E. The Youth Advisory Council Business Unit number 103021, in coordination with the Office of the President and Vice President Business Unit number 103001, by the end of the second quarter shall present a proposed plan of operation for the Youth Advisory Council to the Naabik'íyáti Committee. If this condition of appropriation is not complied with by the end of the stated quarter, the Office of the Controller and Office of Management and Budget shall freeze the responsible entities' travel funds, business unit number 103021. If this condition of appropriation is not complied with by the end of the stated quarter, such additional appropriation will be added to the UUFB. Responsible entity, the Office of the President and Vice President. 2, renumber, reletter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits accordingly, and adjust comprehensive dollar amounts as necessary. This amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsor of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. Mr. Chairman Pro Tem.
Thank you for that reading, Emmanuel. Back to Delegate Amber Nazwa Crotty. Is that your amendment? Shananta, Delegate Amber Canespa-Crotty, is that your amendment?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I apologize for the delay.
And that's your motion, right?
Yes.
Okay. There is a motion, Shananta, Naabik'íyáti Committee. Amendment number 1. Is there a second?
Second, Eugene So.
Delegate Eugene. So we do have a motion and a second for amendment number 1. Floor is open for debate. Questions, comments on amendment number 1. Questions, comments, amendment number 1 going once. Questions, comments, amendment number 2, number 1 going twice. Questions and comments for amendment number 1 going 3 times. But then with that, go to the board. Roll call vote for amendment number 1.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
I'll vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Key Allen votes green.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton did not vote. Honorable Amber Canespa-Crotty.
Shout out Delegate Amber Canespa-Crotty, and I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canespa-Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. did not vote. Honorable Mark Freeland.
I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona is excused. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
I vote blank. I'm presiding.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Rick Nez. Honorable Rick Nez votes green via text. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater did not vote. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not vote. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. is excused. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. is excused. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
How about green?
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay did not vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green via text. Honorable Speaker Seth Damon. Honorable Speaker Seth Damon votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater is excused. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not vote. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Pro Temp Chair with a vote of 16 in favor, 0 opposed, and Pro Temp Chair not voting.
Thank you for that roll call vote. With that, Amendment 1 receives a due pass. 16 in favor, opposed, Chair not voting. With this, we do have the Amendment number 1. Back to Delegate Amber Canaz-Bacardi.
Thank you, Pro Tem Chair and committee members. I would like to offer the second amendment. If Mr. Rico can make sure the committee receives that document. And Chair, I'm not sure what other committees provided this waiver amendment language. So if there's any questions, I'll stand for any questions regarding this recommendation to council. Thank you, Pro Tem Henyo.
With this, Mr. Rico, do you have amendment number 2 distributed to the 24th Navajo Nation Council, and also are you prepared to do the reading of amendment 2?
Thank you, Chairman Pro Tem and members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee. The amendment was sent out maybe about 5 minutes ago, but I'll read it into the record here. Amendment number 2, 1, on page 2, starting at line 16, add the following new section. New language _ section 4, recommending a waiver of resolution number CF-07-11. The Naabik'íyáti Committee hereby recommends to the Navajo Nation Council a waiver of resolution number CF-07-11, which established a moratorium on any future proposed budget revisions and or reallocations from the general fund's personal account savings, also known as personal lapse fund, and required those savings go to an annual general wage adjustment, step increase, or other salary adjustments to the pay plan. In addition, that any excess or surplus funds shall be deposited to the unreserved undesignated fund balance, UUFB. The Naabik'íyáti Committee further recommends that the Navajo Nation Council allow use of the personal lapse fund savings for purposes other than those identified in CF-07-11 and _. 2, renumber, re-letter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Services in the Office of Legislative Counsel with notice to the sponsor of the legislations are hereby authorized to make technical edits, including comprehensive dollar amounts to this legislation as necessary and appropriate to correct grammatical and/or scrivener's errors, to correct numerical errors, so long as such edits effectuate the committee's intent in approving this legislation. This amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment which shall be conform to the intent or language of this amendment. Mr. Chairman Pro Tem.
Thank you for that reading, Daniel. With this, back to Shinada. I'll get Amber Kanakwakari. Is that the amendment number 2?
Yes, thank you, Pro Tem Chair.
And it's your motion?
Second, Delegate Daniel So.
Christina, so we do have a motion by Shinanta, Delegate Amber Kanakwakari. The second by Shinanta, Chairman Daniel So. With this, the floor is open for debate, questions, comments on amendment number 2, Shinanta, Naabik'íyáti Committee. Any questions, comments going once?
Che Kellen.
Shinanta, Che, Delegate Kellen Begay, you have the floor. Amendment number 2.
Yate Nana. My question is, Dika personal lapse from the base of the auto bit note basta janung do memedi and yashma. Could we get a ballpark figure how much we're talking about? How much funding will be diverted into the wage adjustment or salary increase? The remainder will go into the UUFB. The other question relating to this particular issue is retirement. We got a data from the personnel office. I guess the Navajo Nation intent of this offer of early retirement. The Nandiniki stands at hardness nothing that should be how Ecuador, the Nandiniki took that offer. So how much money is that? Because I know some program are saying that they want to re-advertise. A few of them are saying that they're going to reclassify, and then some are saying that they're going to abolish some of these positions. Those abolish positions that's so based on that we're talking about I don't know if we could be able to get some form of a document from the personnel office and the retirement office. The early retirement Washington based on save that's the object the downtown that's a deep mimic that's a sort of I have an additional question as well, but let me give it back to you for a response. Che.
Kashina Kalashna Kadon Idis Kidi. Even after ya Kashnadi Kid. To know ya to the sponsor of the amendment, Shanda, Delegate Amber Kanaswakari, response to Delegate Kalen Begay Jr.
Yes, thank you, Pro Tem Henyo, Delegate Kialan Begay for your question. If I could ask staff to forward the GWA allocation to all of the committee members so that you have that information. And I was only on a limited time on the RDC budget hearings, but each of those, or a majority of the programs presented their budget with that GWA allocation. That fund is restricted by the resolution, and there wasn't a clear instructions to the programs on how to allocate that funding. So some may have done a salary adjustment, and other programs just simply absorb that allocation potentially into their personnel, or it's not clear if that went towards other possibly operating expense. In terms of the early retirement, Pro Tem Henyo, I do not have access to that information, as I believe I'm not exactly sure the procedure, so that I would have to defer that. I don't know if Delegate Seth Damon has that information, or we'll have to get possibly DPM and the retirement office to answer Delegate Kialan's request. Thank you, Pro Tem Chair. Thank you.
Okay, Shana, thank you for that response. So with that, staff, legislative branch staff, if you would work with getting some of this information that has been requested. Mr. Rico, if you would work with your staff. And then also, as far as the enhanced retirement program, I don't know if we have Ms. Andrea Holmes on the line. Or the Department of Human Resources, Ms. Dr. Fowler.
Yat Eshiyaj, this is Ms. Fowler. I am on the line and I just got online. So if you could repeat the question regarding retirement.
Okay, Shana, thank you for being on the line. Delegate Kialan Begay Jr., we do have Dr. Fowler on the line, Division Director for Human Resources. If you would restate your question to her so she could give you a response. Check.
Ms. Fowler, this is Delegate Kialan. I know you provided the information to the Resource and Development Committee. Now that we're at Naabik'íyáti committee, I'm asking if we could be able to share that document with the committee so that we know with this amendment how it relates to the intended purpose of this amendment. The retirement, just based on that, those positions that are going to be re-advertised. Reclassified that peso ya dos
Pro Tem Chair, may I respond?
Yes, please provide a response. You have the floor, Dr. Fowler.
Na shiyaj aro kebedai kahit aneta isinolsai kodoshiyaj na itin kidi Resource Development Committee do Health Education Human Service Committee lisigi na nishdeos bunny at epakat and then okona kidden is not dino ba okonella na nishdeos ba ako hashine la dik at beneath so he's a son na nishi deyospi ko at epakat by division go out on the hitch elia accord a whole native saucy shake at Codobanado chill legislative Keniki Shami if you all can send that to the rest of the honorable delegates, I'd very much appreciate it. Ako edi tabakaigi ashishito kodo kodina deshli ako tabakaigi kunela nanishde yospani tabaka akonde the division but niniki ajitala de not ani da nahaz khani ajiki pahnasla ako apetsede be besintahan ne khashine la eti nanish the yidesh bilda non da ako kodoba ashtato ne khalet oslet o da tsabik to so the positioniki do de tsindok as jo reclassify this ne you're going to move forward with that budget. A division director dan lini tilatena dan lini adabiyado program managers na dahalla panasla ako ade yana don kujiti Department of Personnel Management igis nahat but nahat dosne khane la kwaena nishiki de yospa Ash advertise at that nis or data I dance the akone banaho jo hajobe could have been his tahatos netabati need. Oko adoste sa abolish de la akonde a dada dona kiskanje a program manager dan linis that we're not gonna abolish it, we're gonna keep it and we're gonna re-advertise that no. So it really lays with each of our division to see what their re-evaluation of their personnel infrastructure was, whether they're going to keep the position or they're going to abolish it. The listing that we have provided, again, we'll release it again shortly, is the number of Navajo Nation employees that had retired. Once the retirement happened, we want to work with them to do the best that we can in doing a transition. They can get somebody on board and cross-train the individual that is coming on board, because we do have some that are their last day is September 30th. On the Naha, which position are you going to keep? If you're going to abolish it, we also need to know about it. So so what she could be nasi or less or that's in his naho sad conde not those kidoshi not those kido kachini chohoto ni yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Fowler, for responding. Jr. Ashriga, that response.
Yeah, like I said, I just want to make sure that the full council or the full Naabik'íyáti committee is aware of this retirement program. Like I said, there's about 300 positions. 300 positions will be vacant coming October 1st. And then the other one that the council probably needs to request for, maybe through Shema, amendment. And a lot of these positions have been on the advertised for more than 2 years, 3 years. Maybe direct our staff to say that, okay, if these aren't being advertised, if they're not being filled within maybe 2 consecutive years, maybe there needs to be a reassignment or reclassify that position or something. Otherwise, then it ends up just into the personnel lapse fund. ko yego nda has no unmet needs aj ko peso ki hen de me peso o ata hone la peso needs and but yet through these budget we prove positions that are not even probably not be filled by the end of the year. So maybe that's another area that we know that how much funding, how much positions that has been over 2 years and hasn't been filled yet. So if there's amendment to keep it that's a big answer. But I'll leave that up to amendment live. But nonetheless, that will conclude my question, Chairman.
Shana, thank you, Chase, for that question. With this, back to a sponsor of the amendment, Nanda, Delegate Amber Canos Bakari. Shananda, Delegate Amber Canos Bakari, are you there?
Yes, Chairman. So I apologize. My call dropped, but I did hear Delegate Begay. And I do recognize the implications on the early retirement. Chairman, I'm not sure in terms of if there was a modification to the amendment, or I just appreciate Delegate Begay raising this issue as we move forward and how we'll address either the vacancies, and it's actually how we're going to support current employees who are going to be having to do double, triple the work. Thank you, Pro Tem Henio.
Kashina, Naabik'íyáti Committee, Amendment number 2. Any further questions, comments? Afternoon, going once.
Delegate, Chair.
Yes.
Henio, this is Delegate Yell here. Can you hear me? Hello, good afternoon.
Oh, you have the floor, Santa.
Okay, Yate, good afternoon, Naabik'íyáti committee members. Yate, this was the issues we have last year, that there was too many positions that was vacancy. That was my concern for FY21 budget operations for this year. And the same thing, what we have, the same problems we have. There are too many positions. When then a vacancy again here, then he didn't know the thing. Why there's just too many positions. There's about almost about maybe 1,200,000, something like that. There's a budget savings, or maybe $12 million altogether. Navajo Nation had a problem with this vacancy. I don't think the vision director or deputy director not doing anything to hire these positions. It's been savings like this year after year. Revise that they let every position should be re-established so it can, our people can be hired. But if you need not order vacancy, none of the hot it about your holders are none of the other budget savings, none of splint or the open harming in on the Shahtani Tadan. Eat the Hinan Adi Kodoyata Tisa Nais Taho. None is a stand. No cocked on the Salota no yet. Because could in on shade out, but I hit it at order vacancy. The zone she direct us Eliada. Let's get this a vacancy should be take care of it. director for the division director should look at it by department by department. It all yes, it all about this thing. So just thank you for Madam Honorable Crowdy let's do something about it so we don't have this problem every year. We should take care of this vacancy wherever we can. 24 confirmation and yeah. Yeah, it's on the program when he taught how to each department he doesn't have caught a by so each department how many vacancies do they have to they should bring this forth by Dr. Fowler should submit this vacancy by department. So that's my request to Dr. Fowler. Yeah, Chairman Henio, yeah, on social ani. Thank you very much. I don't even know if Nabo Nation, yeah.
They'll get Jamila here. There's a request to Division of Human Resources. Dr. Fowler, did you acknowledge that request?
Honorable Pro Tem Chair, Shiyaj Ado National o Iheha Hajoshi Atilatena Tani Danlini, Bestadesh Nishto, Besnata Hadesh Ani Domne, Hashine La Odi position Desnini, Nzago o Ada Teh Ko Ashijo Bebesnahatonne, Osh Okut Edole, or Jondak Asodo. Dik at sa nina kitana hegoda sa adat o adat epeso to onas net o sacho hanana tlero she got na hape pohonetza. Okay, I'll go ahead and provide the updated vacancy listing and hitcho holdahi ERP listing 18 nishte yospanit isha Saigi art and that division de yokedi once we get an updated report from DPM, we'll release that to the delegates. Shiash, thank you for giving me the time to respond.
I'll go back to committee, Naabik'íyáti committee amendment number 2 by Adeltia. Any questions on amendment number 2? Going once, going twice, going 3 times. Put it board, amendment number 2. Bobby?
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green via text. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton did not vote. Honorable Amber Canas-Bakrati.
Shadow Delegate Amber Canas-Bakrati, I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canas-Bakrati votes green. Honorable Speaker Seth Damon. Honorable Speaker Seth Damon votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona is excused. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Rick Nez. Honorable Rick Nez. Honorable Rick Nez did not vote. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not vote.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. is excused. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. is excused. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay did not vote. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay did not vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton did not vote. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Rick Nez. Honorable Rick Nez. Honorable Rick Nez did not vote. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not vote. Pro Temp Chair, you had 12 in favor, 0 opposed. Pro Temp Chair not voting.
Christina, thank you for that roll call vote. Question, did you call on Vice Chair Slater?
Chair, this is Delegate Begay. I'm vote green.
Pro Temp Chair, Honorable Carl Slater is excused.
Okay, Christina, did you get
And,
Delegate Elmer P. Begay's vote?
Honorable Almer Begay votes green. 12 in favor, 0 opposed. Pro Temp Chair not voting. I'm sorry, 13. 13 in favor, 0 opposed. Pro Temp Chair not voting.
Christina, with that vote, amendment number 2 receives a due pass with 13 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting. With this, back to the main motion, Naabik'íyáti Committee. Any further questions or comments? With that, I believe we spent a lot of time on this legislation. Manuel, you do second reading?
Thank you, Chairman Pro Tem and members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee. Amendment number 1 One, add the following COA to Exhibit E. New language. The Youth Advisory Council Business Unit number 103021 in coordination with the Office of President and Vice President Business Unit number 103001 by the end of the second quarter shall present a proposed plan of operation for the Youth Advisory Council to the Naabik'íyáti Committee. If this condition of appropriation is not complied with by the end of the stated quarter, the Office of the Controller and Office of Management Budget shall freeze the responsible entities travel funds, Business Unit number 103021. If this condition of appropriation is not complied with by the end of the stated quarter, such additional appropriation will be added to the UUFB responsible entity, the Office of the President and Vice President. 2, renumber, related succeeding paragraphs, sections, or exhibits accordingly and adjust comprehensive dollars amount if necessary. This amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, when notice to the sponsor of the legislation is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. Amendment number 2, 1 on page 2, starting at line 16, add the following new section. New section 4, recommending a waiver of resolution number CF-07-11. The Naabik'íyáti Committee hereby recommends to the Navajo Nation Council a waiver of resolution number CF-07-11, which established a moratorium on any future proposed budget revisions and or reallocations from the general fund's personal account savings, now known as personnel lapse fund, and require those savings go to an annual wage adjustment, step increase, and other salary adjustments to the pay plan. In addition, that any excess or surplus funds shall be deposited to the unreserved undesignated fund balance, UUFB. The Naabik'íyáti Committee further recommends that the Navajo Nation Council allow use of the personal lapse fund savings for purposes other than those identified in CF-07-11. 2, renumber related succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Services and the Office of Legislative Counsel, with notice to the sponsor of the legislation, are hereby authorized to make technical edits, including comprehensive dollar amounts, to the legislation as necessary and appropriate to correct grammatical and or scrivener's errors, to correct numerical errors, so long as such edits effectuate the committee's intent in approving this legislation. This amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in the committee amendment, which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. Mr. Chairman Pro Tem.
Thank you for that second reading. That's I'll call for the question and roll call vote. Bobby?
Honorable Elmer Begay.
I'll vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen.
Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton did not vote. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bakrati.
Shaded Delegate Amber Kenneth-Bakrati, and I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bakrati votes green. Honorable Speaker Seth Damon. Honorable Speaker Seth Damon votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Delegate Freeland votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona is excused. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Rick Nez. Honorable Rick Nez. Honorable Rick Nez did not vote. Honorable Carl Slater is excused. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. is excused. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. is excused. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. Going back up.
Oh, Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay did not vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton is excused. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Rick Nez. Honorable Rick Nez. Honorable Rick Nez did not vote. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not vote. Pro Temp Chair, we have 13 in favor, 0 opposed. Pro Temp Chair not voting.
Okay, thank you for that. Roll call vote. We do have this legislation receives a due pass with 13 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. Agustina, with that, we'll move on to the next legislation. With this, Vice Chair Smith, are you still on the line?
Chair Henio, Vice Chair Smith here.
Shikandi, Oshiga. Day. Just for a little while, I need to go take care of something real quick to open the legislation, and I'll come back on.
Should be Chair Henio.
Agustina, Hela.
Committee members of the
So, Emmanuel, Vice Chair Smith will take over here for the next legislation.
Thank you, Chairman.
So,
That'll be legislation 0157-21, sponsored by Honorable Seth Damon, co-sponsored by Wilson C. Stewart Jr. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Pro Tem, Vice Chair Raymond Smith Jr. Tracking number 0157-21, an action relating to the Naabik'íyáti Committee approving and recommending to the Budget and Finance Committee the proposed fiscal year 2022 budget for the Navajo Nation Legislative Branch. Sponsored by Honorable Speaker Seth Damon and co-sponsored by Honorable Wilson C. Stewart Jr. Naabik'íyáti is final authority per Navajo Nation Council Standing Committee Rules of Order Rule 9 legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. Mr. Chairman Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Rico, for reading that into the record. Motion?
Delegate Yellowhair.
Motion by Honorable Yellowhair, second.
Second, Delegate Crotty, thank you.
And second by Honorable Crotty. Committee members, back to the committee. Is there any questions for legislation number 0157-21?
Pro Tem Chair, this is Delegate Crotty with the question. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Crotty. To the sponsor, Honorable Seth Damon, you have the floor.
Thank you very much with that, colleagues, and I bring to you legislation 0157-21. This is an action that's related to the Naabik'íyáti Committee. It's the legislative branch's budget. As you know, Naabik'íyáti Committee is the oversight for legislative branch. And as you can see on the exhibit, the total amount of funding that was divvied up for the general fund's budget was $13,822,786. Out of that, for this year's budget, there's been an increase of that amount for FY 2022, which is a total amount of $15,732,069. With that, there's an indirect cost fund for the whole branch of $1,192,091. And then we did do the general wage adjustment that was allocated to as well. And that one was divvied up to each of the individual organizations that did have employees, regular status employees, and that was divvied up to amount of $256,618. We only have one proprietary account under the legislative branch, and that's the one that sits under the Office of Legislative Counsel, and that's one that creates a Navajo Nation code, or it's what it's called under a 9,000 account, the Navajo Nation code and expenses. Enterprises expenses, and that's $1,000. So the total amount of funding that we have for the legislative branch for FY 2022 is $17,181,778. In that, I do have Madam Chief Staff here as an agent to break.
Point of privilege, Delegate Crotty.
Point of privilege. Crowdy, what's your point of privilege?
Yes, I apologize, Speaker Damon, but Pro Tem, the committee should hear the OMB report, if that's available. Thank you, Pro Tem.
Shibiga, hold off on that presentation. Honorable Seth Damon, OMB. Are you available?
Mr. Pro Temp Chair, this is Nanette Francisco with OMB.
I'm sorry, came in scrambled. Try again.
This is Nanette Francisco with OMB, ready to read legislative branch into the record.
Go ahead, Ms. Francisco.
Good afternoon, Mr. Pro Temp Chair and committee members. I'll be reading the OMB report. The cover page is the Navajo Nation Nabi Committee Fiscal Year 2022 Budget Hearing Legislative Branch. You go on to the next page, you have your table of contents. You have item A, your FY22 fund type budget summary. B, FY21 third quarter budget expenditure report. C, FY 2021 third quarter performance assessment report. D, FY 2021 third quarter plan of operation status report. E, FY 2021 condition of appropriation legislative concern report. Tab F, there's no external funds for legislative branch. And G, there's no audit report for legislative branch. Going on to the next tab, which is A, your FY22 fund type budget summary. You go to the worksheet, I'll read the bottom line total. For FY 2021 approved budget, you have a total amount of $13,822,786. Your proposed general fund amount for FY 2022 is $15,732,069. Indirect costs, $1,192,091. GWA allocation, $256,618. Proprietary, $1,000. Fiduciary, 0. Special revenue internal, 0. Special revenue external, 0. Giving you a total for the legislative branch, $17,181,778. Going on to the next tab is B, your FY 2021 third quarter budget expenditure report. These expenditure report is as of June 30th, 2021. Go to the next page, you have the bottom line totals for general fund. The original budget is $4,243,043.66. Revised, $19,324,915.47. Your actuals, $10,157,080.47. Encumbrance, $762,977.76. Budget available, $8,404,857.24. Your percent expended is 56.51. You only have one proprietary account. The original budget is $625,000. The revised is $37,414. Actual 0. Encumbrance $35,414, giving you a balance of $2,000. Your expenditure rate is 94.65. And there's a note at the bottom, double asterisk, means they're overspending by 85% or more. The single is expending by 65% or less. And CETA will continue with the next tab.
Mr. Pro Temp, Chair, and members of the committee, this is Ancita Largo with OMB MPS. Tab C, FY 2021 third quarter performance assessment report for legislative branch. There are 6 programs or business units that are not meeting their goal statements. The average score for third quarter for legislative branch is 2.19. Going on to tab D is the third quarter plan of operation status report. 11 business unit needs to update their plan of operation. Going on to tab E, FY 2021 condition of appropriation legislative concern report. Legislative concern number 2 is Office of the Auditor General. Is third quarter, they did respond for third quarter and it's ongoing. Legislative concern number 12 is assigned to Office of Legislative Counsel. Third quarter, no response, status non-compliant. Legislative concern number 15 assigned to Office of the Speaker. Third quarter response, no response, and non-compliant. Going on to the next page, legislative concern number 23, no response and non-compliant. That completes MPS report. Thank you.
Thank you, OMB, for the summary report. Naabik'íyáti committee members, any questions?
Pro Tem, this is Delegate Crotty with a question.
You have the floor, Honorable Crotty.
Yes, thank you. I do want to thank OMB for sending out that report on supplementals. That's very helpful when we look at the budget summary. I do want to just confirm, so last year's, okay, sorry, I'm going to move on to the over expenditure. So that's on my page 7 of 15. I do see a double asterisk. So I'm not sure if this is a question to OMB Pro Tem, but maybe to the Office of the Speaker and your finance team. It looks like this line item is just about to be over budget. If I could get an idea in terms of how we're managing that account for the Law and Order Committee, and send a question to OMB regarding the responses of Legislative Concern 12 and 15. Have you received any response since this report has been made regarding the Navajo Nation Code and the policies and procedures for the Office of the Speaker and the implementation of the handicap areas? Thank you, Pro Tem.
Thank you, Honorable Crotty. Naabik'íyáti committee members, any other questions for OMB summary report? Back to the OMB, there's some questions posed by Honorable Crotty on business unit number 101032 at 99.60% of expenditures, and also legislative concern. You have the floor.
Mr. Pro Temp Chair, this is Nanette Francisco again. I'll answer the question on the expenditure report.
Sure, go ahead, you have the floor.
Well, I'll just refer that to the program because they're the ones that are expending this funds. And then Sita can answer the question on the legislative concern. Thank you.
And Sita, legislative concern. Then we'll turn the floor over to Honorable Seth Damon. Do we still have Ancita with us?
Thank you very much, Mr. Pro Tem Chair. Just to answer your question about the Law and Order Committee utilizing funds, we think the usage for the actual amounts to actually be utilized in order for the Law and Order Committee to function. There's been a couple of different transfers as their budgeted amount was put forth, and just as those asterisks indicate that it's 85% or more is expended at this time. If there's additional funds or resources, the staff works, the advisor of the Law and Order Committee works together with a financial manager in order for them to go ahead and get advocate for additional resources. So if there's any additional resources, for whether it be for additional meetings, additional expenditures, additional travel from now till the end of the fiscal year, those dollars will be allocated, and those funds will be either a budget transfer from one of the other line items. Usually there's dollars in the Office of the Speaker or in the Naabik'íyáti committee that's able to be transferred over in order for those to go ahead and be utilized. And I hope that answers your question, Madam Chair. In order for those to be picked up on a periodical basis, in order for those to really get utilized. I know that for the transfers can only happen once a month, so I do believe that that's going to be completed for the allocation of August, or I don't know, maybe they haven't done that for August, so they'll probably be looking. I'm not too sure. We'd have to internally ask the advisor to see if they're going to need requesting for additional resources or additional dollars for pertaining to the end of the fiscal year. Going on to legislative concern number 12. I think that one's at the response from Office of Legislative Counsel. I'd refer that to Office of Legislative Counsel. And then legislative concern 15, as indicated, the draft version of the policies and procedures has been worked on. It is being worked on, and it has, has this been sent out? Well, there's the policies and procedures has been worked on. There's a draft. If there's anybody that wants to see that draft, it's available at the Office of the Speaker. I'm holding a copy of the draft right now. But again, as indicated, the plan of operations still as requested, or still as stated, is in the Title II of the code, and the response for that is building off of that in order to create the policies and procedures. For LC 23, as indicated, for the response of non-compliant or no response, collectively working together, there is additional resources that's coming back together, that we're working together. But I think that Office of Legislative Services, the Speaker's Office, Chief of Staff can elaborate more on that. So I'll turn the floor over to her. But the other one is LC 12. I'd had to refer that to the Office of Legislative Counsel in order to get that response. Office Legislative Chief.
Good afternoon, Speaker Damon of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Yeah, thank you for providing me the opportunity to give reference to LC number 23 with the implementation of handicap designated areas for the entire legislative branch. Presently, the Office of the Speaker has been working diligently as far as occupational hazards, working directly with taking steps in identifying all of the assessments within the legislative branch. We do have Mr. Ernie Silversmith, our maintenance, who is working on several tasks. The first task he has been working on is ensuring that our COVID-19 emergency implementations are presently in place, moving towards the implementation of ensuring that all of our safety hazards are addressed as far as the fire extinguishers that are located in each of the offices, along with the first aid stock that should be in each of the facilities. In other items that we're addressing pertaining to this is ensuring that all the legislative branch managers understand the need of occupational safety hazard, and we are working on a professional development plan with ensuring that they are have been certified with construction industry with HAZWOPER 30. So that's where we're at as far as that, as far as working on our implementation of handicap ramps. Moving forward, we have been assessing all of the schematics and design for each of the branches, the branch offices, in identifying and ensuring that we need to identify a contractor for ADA compliances. We did put some funds aside to work towards doing a plan, design, and construct for each of the offices. We did hire some temporary employees who do have expertise and knowledge in this, and have been assisting Mr. Ernie Silversmith with this matter as well. We can provide a timeline to the delegates with regards to where we will be at with our plan as far as ensuring that we're adhering to or implementing the occupational safety hazard standards, which includes ADA ramp signage, bathroom within each of the branch offices. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Madam Chief. Mr. Pro Tem Chair, just to answer your question again on LC 12, I'd have to refer to Office of Legislative Counsel. Office of Legislative Counsel.
This is Lurleen from OLC. I'm sorry, could you repeat the question, please?
In OMB's report, there's a legislative concern number 12.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Referring to the Nomination Code, amendments to the Nomination Code. Office Legislative Counsel.
I apologize, having a lot of challenges with the mute over here. Thank you, my apologies for that mess up. So Office of Legislative Counsel dropped the ball on presenting this report to this work plan to whoever it was supposed to be presented to, which is surprising because we actually have the work plan and have started to implement it. We actually amending the code is quite a daunting task, as it hasn't been amended since 2014, but we have brought on a staff person who I think her title is perhaps a project specialist or such, who is currently has gone through and pulled all of the legislations going back to 2014 that amend the code. She has those all pulled, all copied, all separated into the various code sections. Our next step is to physically implement those amendments into the various codes, how they're published and such. So I have no excuse for not getting that report to the council, or that work plan to the council, but it does exist, and I can send you a summary of that. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. And with that, Mr. Pro Tem Chair, we'll refer back to the floor.
Vice Chair Smith back online.
Vice Chair Smith is Delgado.
My phone keeps dropping. I see out there.
Vice Chair Smith is Delgado.
Yes, Chair Henio, go ahead.
Vice Chair Smith, thank you for taking over.
I was in an area where it was the losing signal, but just listening to the conversations and especially with the last legislation, 156-21 that we just passed, looking at this legislative branch, but there are many questions that would need to be addressed individually with each of the offices. So I'd like to possibly, without disrupting the schedule budget calendar, maybe we could schedule a separate budget hearing for legislative branch offices. That way we can hear each budget individually. That's just a recommendation I have. But we'll just see how the questions turn out. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Henio. Are you motioning to put this as a separate budget hearing on this legislation?
Motion to table this legislation and schedule a separate budget hearing for this legislation.
I'll recognize your motion to table this for budget hearing. Is there a second? Is there a second for the motion to table this until the budget hearing? Legislation 0157-21.
Second, Delegate Daniel So.
Thank you. There's no debate on a tabling motion. I'll go ahead and defer the floor to the sponsor. Sponsor?
There's no time frame at the committee level, so you just go straight to the vote, Vice Chair. Mr. Pro Tem Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Seth Damon. No debate on tabling motion, so therefore, could we have a vote on the tabling motion? Round the horn.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Okay, I'll vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton did not vote. Honorable Amber Canas-Bakrati.
Delegate Amber Canas-Bakrati, and I vote red. Thank you, Shade.
Honorable Amber Canas-Bakrati votes red. Honorable Speaker Seth Damon. Honorable Speaker Seth Damon votes red. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. did not vote. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
I'll vote red.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes red. Honorable Pernell Halona is excused. Honorable Jamie Henio.
Henio votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes red.
Honorable Vince James votes red. Honorable Rick Nez. Honorable Rick Nez. Honorable Rick Nez did not vote. Honorable Carl Slater is excused. Honorable Charlene So,
I vote red.
Honorable Charlene So votes red. Honorable Daniel So,
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So, Honorable Eugene So, Honorable Eugene So did not vote. Honorable Otto So, Honorable Otto So, Honorable Otto So did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. is excused. Honorable Edison Winika, Honorable Edison Winika, Honorable Edison Winika did not vote. Honorable Edmund Yazi, Honorable
Green.
Edmund Yazi votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair,
I vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Almer Begay, Honorable Almer Begay, Honorable Almer Begay did not vote. Honorable Paul Begay, Honorable Paul Begay, Honorable Paul Begay did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, Honorable Nathaniel Brown is excused. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton is excused. Honorable Rick Nez, Honorable Rick Nez, Honorable Rick Nez did not vote. Honorable Eugene So, Honorable Eugene So, Honorable Eugene So did not vote. Honorable Otto So, Honorable Otto So, Honorable Otto So did not vote.
Delegate
Honorable
Elmer Begay votes green.
Honorable Edison Winika, Honorable Edison Winika, Honorable Edison Winika did not vote. Honorable Almer Begay votes green. Pro Temp Chair, you have 7 in favor, 5 opposed. Pro Temp Chair not voting.
Thank you for the roll call vote. 7 in favor, 5 opposed. Tabling motion carries. On legislation 015721. At this point in time, I will turn the gavel over to Chair Seth Damon. You have the gavel. Committee members of Naabik'íyáti Committee, did you hear the vote? Motion table has passed 7-5. I will turn the gavel over to Honorable Seth Damon, Chairman of the Naabik'íyáti Committee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pro Tem. Thank you very much, colleagues, with that on tabling motion on legislation 0157-21. Colleagues, just talking with Office of Legislative Counsel or Office of Legislative Services, we'll probably have a special hearing for that on Tuesday or Wednesday of this week in order for us to still be in compliant with the comprehensive budget hearings, so that they can go ahead and move forward and pass that on to pass the recommendation on to the Budget and Finance Committee. So with that,
A point of privilege, Delegate Carty.
yes, point of privilege, Madam Chair.
Yes, thank you, Speaker Chair. My point of privilege is I want to request a summary breakdown from the legislative branch regarding the over expenditures, and also a breakdown of the travel before the budget hearing. And so, Speaker, if you could let me know if that request is in order. Do I have to do it by committee, or is it through like your office of the Speaker? So I'll identify like the office of the Speaker and then the committees, including of course the Naabik'íyáti and the council. I'd like to see that breakdown. Thank you, Speaker. We need to address this over expenditure issue. Thank you.
Okay, over expenditures. As of right now, the only one that's probably would be in the over expenditure. There's only one, and then the ones for travel, you want it broken down by committee and then by department for each one of the legislative offices. Madam Chair?
Speaker, thank you. So I'll clarify. Well, if I could get a breakdown of all of the committees, including council and your office, Speaker. Yes, on the travel and expenses, so we can be clear on how the funding is being used, because the OMB report, there's some issues that I'd like additional information to understand the challenges. Thank you.
Okay. We can get that, we'll get that off, we'll get that report ready. Office of Legislative Services just now stated that we can get that report. Okay, with that, colleagues, let's go ahead and continue on down. Item number D. Legislation 116-21, sponsored by Honorable Paul Begay. Mr. Rico, if you could read that legislation. Oh, Honorable Paul Begay, are you on the line? You have a co-sponsor? Honorable Daniels, are you on the line?
Mr. Chair, I'm here.
Hey, Honorable Daniels as a co-sponsor. That, Mr. Rico, if you could read legislation 116-21 into the record.
Thank you, Speaker and members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Tracking number 0116-21. An action relating to Naabik'íyáti Committee rescinding NABIO-48-20, establishing the Naabik'íyáti Committee Datisk and Hotsa Holgelde Task Force, sponsored by Honorable Paul Begay and co-sponsored by Honorable Herman M. Daniels. Naabik'íyáti is final authority for Navajo Nation Council Standing Committee Rules of Order Rule 9. Legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. Mr. Speaker.
Okay, thank you. Hey, colleagues, can I get a motion? Motion, Honorable Edison Wanika. Is there a second?
Second, Yellow Hair.
Second, Honorable Yellow Hair. That, colleagues, any comments, questions?
Mr. Chair, this is Daniel.
Honorable Daniels. Go ahead, floor is yours. 20 minutes on the board.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Honorable members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee. This legislation, what it's asking for is a name change. Adequate conduct quadrilateral agreement task force of Delegate Paul Begay name. So what are they lane? So right now, this legislation, what it's asking for is to change the name Quadrilateral Agreement Task Force to that is what's task force. So what I remain change okay. But I don't agree going back to the community, they came up with another name. I don't agree so they're in yes that is so what they want to name the task force is Twin Task Force. So you have amendment that and this legislation was on consent agenda, so I pulled this legislation from the consent agenda. So it is amendment there. Thank you.
Honorable Daniels, did you work together with Office of Legislative Counsel on an amendment?
Mr. Chair, yes, I'm trying to send the language at where I'm at. I have little to no signal. Service is very poor out here. So I'm trying to look for an area where where I can send these documents. But I have with me my agent, Mr. Chuck Howe. Maybe he has a better signal where he's at. Maybe I'll give the floor to him. Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. That Ms. Khan, are you on the line?
Yes, Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker, do you hear me? This is
Yes.
Mariana Khan.
Yes.
Okay, I did not get that request, but it's seems like a fairly easy amendment to make, and I'll just make it right now. Essentially, in every place where the legislation has written this in what's whole yehete task force, I will put in let's see, he wanted what was it he wanted? Mr. Herman Daniels, if you will give me the name again, I will write general language to switch out those two names. And that will be the extent of the amendment. And it shouldn't take but 5 minutes, Mr. Speaker. If I can get the name again one more time, and I'll listen very carefully so that I can spell it correctly. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Okay, let me go back to you, Honorable Daniels.
Mr. Chair, thank you very much. Let me go back to Clearwater 2020. So that's going to be the main dollars, the amendment, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker, I'll get busy right now on that amendment.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Khan.
Andre Huberg. Andre Huberg.
Colleagues, while we're waiting for the Waiting for the amendment. Oh, sorry. Colleagues, thank you again. We're just waiting. If you're listening in, joining us, everybody listening in too as well. We're on the Naabik'íyáti committee meeting this afternoon. And it's our regular meeting. It's our first regular meeting of August. We did have a couple of items that we did approve already. That we did have a consent agenda and approved 5 items there. Went through the Office of Legislative Executive Offices for their budget and recommended that back to the Budget and Finance Committee for further consideration for the fiscal year's 2022 budget. And then there was a tabling motion for the legislative branch. So that one went through as well. So we'll go ahead and schedule a budget hearing for the legislative branch. And then also on the legislative branch, have to have a special Naabik'íyáti committee in order for that to be forwarded over to as well to the Navajo Nation Budget and Finance Committee for the comprehensive budget. So with that, we are on legislation 0116-21. It's a legislation sponsored by Honorable Paul Begay, co-sponsored by Honorable Herman Daniels. And this legislation, colleagues, is just rescinding NABIO 48-20, and that's just an action that was created to build, they actually created the Naabik'íyáti Committee Quadro Agreement Task Force. And what we're doing now is actually creating a new mission, new task force, since there is no more Quadro agreement. And we're just waiting for an amendment right now that Honorable Daniels has asked for from Office Legislative Council. So while we're waiting, should be almost ready. Ms. Marianne Khan from Office Legislative Council is working on that. I don't believe we do have couple more resolutions.
Point of privilege, Delegate Carty.
And then, Madam Chair McCarty?
Yes, thank you, Speaker. I appreciate the overview. On point of privilege, speakers, while we wait for the amendment, can I have staff? I'm pulling up my council committee rules. To be excused from the committee is the rule that you're meeting with a government agency. Can I get the definition of to be excused from the committee? And then the second part of the question is, are stakeholder trips considered under that definition? Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Let me go ahead and look at the standing rules of orders, or the committee rules of orders. Referring to your question.
Mr. Chair, this is Mariana Khan. I have sent the amendment language to Mr. Rico. Thank you very much.
Hello?
Yes, hold on, Honorable Daniels. We're still researching a question from a point of privilege from Madam Chair Amber Crotty. Hold on, colleagues. Just to answer your question, Madam Chair, and McCarty, before we move on, if we look at 169B, it states that no resolution, memorial, or motion of the nomination council or standing committees shall be voted on unless a quorum is present. When a quorum is present, any motion or resolution shall be passed if it receives a majority of all votes casted in favor or opposed, unless a larger portion than a simple majority is required by law. Abstention vote may be cast only when a delegate has a personal interest conflict in the motion of the council or standing committee upon a prior request of the delegate with the conflict. And this is the last part. It says, only a vote in favor and opposed shall be accepted. Any delegate who intentionally fails or refuses to cast a vote shall be declared absent from the entire meeting unless otherwise excused by the Speaker of the Navajo Nation Council. So in this case, the individuals who that are absent, that have been declared absent, that did notify me and asked to be excused, Madam Chair, I have excused them for the day, as indicated, whether that be for them indicating that they have other meetings to attend, which is the case prevalent, or if there's a personal issue, which some individuals are on today, or whether it's an action related to something that's not related to work or personal issues. So it just states that it's excused by the Speaker of the Navajo Nation Council. So, Madam Chair, there has been notice, and individuals have notified the Office of the Speaker that they're unable to be here at today's Naabik'íyáti committee meeting. I know that they did indicate that they did work with their chair or vice chair to state that at many times we're referring into the past that there was individuals to say that they would at least make a two committee quorum requirement, as has been done numerous times, working together with committee members because they're elevated at so many different places at so many times. So I hope that answers your question, Madam Chair.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. It does, and if they're on a private plane to Wyoming as shareholders, I don't think that's under the to be excused from a committee meeting in our delegate. Thank you, Speaker.
Madam Chair, if individuals are on travel to another meeting, I don't know if it's a private plane or what, but I just know that there might be individuals that might be traveling to other meetings either today or returning from travel today too as well, wherever that may be. Thank you. With that, I know that there is a amendment that's ready now that Honorable Herman Daniels is requesting of as a sponsor of the legislation. I don't know. I can go to the floor at this time. Colleagues on legislation 0116-21. Is there any comments or questions at this time? Motion by Honorable Edison Wanika, second by Honorable Yellowhair. Any comments or questions at this time?
Speaker, Delegate Daniel, so.
Chairman Daniel, so floor is yours.
Yes, thank you, Zatila, Fado, Naabik'íyáti committee members. So basically, just the name change, and it will remain as a task force. Am I correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments, questions, colleagues? We'll go back to Honorable Daniels.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I know the quadrilateral agreement task force was formed about a couple of years ago. I understand that. So right now, there's no quadrilateral agreement. So based on that, this legislation was drafted 0116 to change the name Quadrilateral Agreement Task Force to Task Force. Meeting with the local people. They wanted to name the task force Task Force. That's the wishes of the local community. Twinish means crystal clear waters. So Twinish Task Force that they need so amendment on the legislation says that the task force to change that to Twinish Task Force. Mr. Chair, thank you.
Hey, thank you. With that, colleagues, any other comments, questions?
Speaker.
Yes, Vice Chair Walker, good
Thomas.
afternoon.
Yes. This is Thomas Walker. I just want to let you know for the record, I'm present. I've been listening for the past 30 minutes here. Good afternoon, everyone. Speaker,
Hey.
this is Delegate Yellow here.
Thank you, Vice Chair Walker. Welcome. Hope you had a good groundbreaking ceremony out there. Honorable Yellow here.
Council. I'd like to say thank to my bring forth this name changing. If I'm in order, I'd like to make motion to change it to Tole Ninigi Bandara Dilieskan. If I'm in order, Speaker, a motion.
Hey, with that, let me go ahead and get the amendment. It's a long day here. Amendment number 1, sponsored by Honorable Jimmy Yellow here.
Second, Delegate
Did you send it up? All right. Good.
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the 24th Nomination Council, Naabik'íyáti Committee. Amendment number 1. 1, in every place in legislation 0116-21 where Tates and Hotsa Holierde Glen Canyon Dam area appears, replace with the word Tole Clearwater. 2, the Office of Legislative Services, working with the Office of Legislative Counsel, will correct the Navajo language spelling of the word if needed. 3, renumber related succeeding paragraphs, sections accordingly if necessary, and this amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contain any other committee amendment which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsor of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, this is Mariana Khan. May I make one possible change just to insert a word?
Yes, go ahead.
Listening to Honorable Herman Daniels' interpretation of Twinish Twille, he said crystal clear water, and if he wants crystal clear water there, now would be the time to insert it, Mr. Speaker.
That change has been made, Mr. Rico, for the record.
The amendment was made to add crystal in front of Clearwater, Mr. Speaker.
Hey, thank you. That second by Honorable Daniel So, Chairman Daniel So. Colleagues, any comments, questions on amendment number 1? If there's not, go ahead and move forward. One twice. One 3 times. Go to board on amendment number 1.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Caleb votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown is excused. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton is excused. Honorable Amber Canes Bakrati.
Delegate Amber Canis Bakrati, and I vote green. Thank you, Shuttle.
Honorable Amber Canes Bakrati votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland.
I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona is excused. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henyo votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Rick Ness. Honorable Rick Ness. Honorable Rick Ness did not vote. Honorable Carl Slater is excused. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not vote. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. is excused. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So votes green via text. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not vote. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James votes green via text.
Thank you. Green.
Honorable Rick Ness.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Ness votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not vote. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not vote. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not vote. Speaker, with a vote of 13 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting.
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Newton. I vote green for the amendment. Thank you.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. 14 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, 14 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting, motion carries. That back to the main motion. Colleagues, any other comments, questions on legislation 0116-21? I don't have anybody in the queue. No one lined up. No one texting in. Going twice. Going 3 times. Let's go to the board. Oh, second reading, actually. And then we'll go to the board.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee. There is one amendment, amendment number 1, in every place in legislation 0116-21 where Datisklin, Hotsa, Holier, Dickman Canyon Dam area appears, replaced with the word crystal clear water. 2, the Office of Legislative Services, working with the Office of Legislative Counsel, will correct the Navajo language spelling of the word if needed. 3, renumber related succeeding paragraph for sections according if necessary. This amendment shall supersede consistent language contained in any of the committee amendment which shall be conform to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsor of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. Mr. Speaker.
Okay, with that, colleagues. Vote. Go to board.
Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay did not vote. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Galen Jr. votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown is excused. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable
Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty. Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty.
Shaded Delegate Amber Cadence Lockhart, and I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona is excused. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henyo votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James votes green via text. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater is excused. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not vote. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. is excused. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not vote. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not vote. Speaker with a vote of 15 in favor, 0 opposed, and chair not voting.
Okay, thank you, colleagues.
Speaker, this is
That-
Delegate So.
Yes.
I vote in
good
favor, and I
evening.
apologize to my colleagues because my call dropped.
Honorable Charlene So votes green, 16 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting.
Thank you. With that, 16 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting on legislation 0116-21. Motion carries. Colleagues, final authority on that legislation was here. That,
Chair. Speaker.
yes. Chairman.
Edmund Yazzie. Speaker,
Edmund
members of
Yazzie.
the council. Thank you, Speaker, members of the council, everyone that's listening. Sir, I make the motion to adjourn today's session, sir.
All right. Motion adjourned. On 4:57 p.m. by Chairman Edmund Yazzie. Is there a second? Honorable
Second,
Freeland?
Delegate Crotty.
Second by Madam Chair Amber Crotty. That, colleagues. Nobody queued. Let's go to the board. Yeah.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable,
Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay did not vote.
Begay votes red.
Honorable Paul Begay votes red. Honorable Nathaniel Brown is excused. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes red.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty.
Delegate Amber Canisbah Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
I vote red.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes red. Honorable Mark Freeland.
I'll vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona is excused. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henio votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes red.
Honorable Rick Nez votes red. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not vote. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. is excused. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So votes green via text. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not vote. Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes red.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes red. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote red.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes red. Going back up. Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay did not vote. Honorable Vince James.
I vote red, Mr. Delegate Gay.
Honorable Almer Begay votes red. Honorable Pernell Halona votes red. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote red.
Honorable Charlene So votes red. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not vote. Speaker, you have 9 in favor, 9 opposed. Chair not voting.
Honorable Vince James. About so one more time. That, colleagues, time now is 5:03 p.m. I vote in favor of the staff to go home. I vote green.
Honorable Speaker Seth Thaman votes green. 10 in favor, 9 opposed. Speaker voting.
Thank you very much, colleagues. With that, 10 in favor, 9 opposed. We're officially adjourned at 4:57 p.m. Colleagues, remember tomorrow is a holiday, Navajo Nation holiday, and an Arizona State holiday now. Thanks to Governor Ducey. We will arrange a special Naabik'íyáti committee meeting work session next week and a special Nabi meeting. And then we're working together with, I know that there's a big interest for the legislation regarding gaming too as well. So that one will probably be as early as next week too as well, colleagues. Thank you. I don't think there's any committee meetings on Saturday. None. There's no committee meetings this Saturday. Oh, but there is a virtual virtual co-talker day session, colleagues, on Saturday. So please look out for that. With that, colleagues, have a good day. Have a good evening. Safe travels. We're going to
I'm going to church.